Greetings and welcome to all of you. Welcome from the bottom of my heart. Just give me a moment till I just share this on my pages. The people who are watching the recording may just forward it for first 2 minutes, because usually all this sharing and all goes on. And I'm waiting for people to join also. So very warm welcome to all of you. Just give me a moment, I'm just trying to share this on my other pages. Welcome Anilji, Rajeshji, Madhuji, Harishji. I'm almost done sharing this. I'm sharing this to my other groups also, so that people can join in from there. Yeah, Vipulji, Himanshuji, welcome to all of you. It's a nice bright Sunday here. I was just reading through a couple of things, loving it. I told you last time I was showed you the book of Uddhav Gita, reading on that. I was also just revising on the Patanjali Yoga Sutras today. After a long time, long time, I'm just looking at this. But so much in detail has been given by Maharishi Patanjali in this. It's all very much step by step. Usually the life that we follow, even in spirituality, Madhuji Aiye, it's all haywire, haphazard. For example, if you are just looking at this video, or you might have looked into some other video, or you might look into some other video, or some book or something, there are so many topics related to spirituality, and they are all random. Like some subject might come out about the mind, some might come out about your relationship, some might suddenly come about your financial problems and how to resolve it, some might suddenly go towards manifestations, some might suddenly go into some law of karmas. So all the time it's all fluctuations that we go at, because our mind is focused outward and we are always referring to so many things on the social media or even books or whatever, TV. So all these topics are random. So our mind is fluctuating from here and there, here and there, here and there. Even on the spiritual path, if you see, it's very random. We do not know where we are standing. We know we are on the path, but we do not know where we are standing. Because there's so much of huge stuff, huge wisdom and huge things are there. So many of us are actually confused. Many of us feel stuck because of this, because we don't know, there is so much. Because sometimes when you feel you are like complete or everything is okay, and then suddenly something will come up which shows you that you are not complete. Then you say, oh my God, there's so much here. And if you go into some wisdom, or if you want to gain some insights, you will see there is so much of deep wisdom that you feel that it's infinite. Where is this all going to end? You pick up a book, it is so much deep. Forget that, you just contemplate, you sit in meditation and you're just looking at your life aspects, you're just reflecting on your own life. You'll see there is so much of incompleteness, so many things to fulfill, so many things to complete. Where to begin with, where to end with, and where are we in the whole roadmap? It can be a big confusion. आइए श्रद्धांजलि जी, आशीष जी, मधु जी, दीपावली जी. It can be a very big confusion. That is why I decided it is infinite, it is abundant, it is limitless. All this wisdom and all this knowledge and the journey of life itself that is why it is called mysterious. Because there is no end to it. There are so many mysteries. As you keep on unwinding, it's infinite. It can never stop. That is why my master used to always say that there is no completeness. We cannot say we have reached somewhere. There is no destination actually on this journey. It goes on and on and on. Because you reach to one level, there is another level again much better than that. You reach to that level, then there is something else beyond that. It never stops. So, to sum it all, I was just contemplating on the whole thing and I came to a conclusion that this is never ending. So, it is actually not about the destination. The journey is not about the destination. The journey is about the journey itself. It's about how we are traveling. Every moment matters. What we do, how we relish, how we are dealing with it, how we are going through it, rather than the destination. Because there is no destination actually. You might say liberation. Yes, liberation is there, but again there is a choice to come back. Even if everything dissolves, the whole creation can unwind itself again. That's the play of consciousness. And that has happened many times. So if you see, it's a loop. Basically, it is about what you want. Even let's say in a mukta state, in a liberated state, it is again about what you want. Whether you want to be in that state or you want to have another experience, and it will continue. So that is why it is called infinite. There is no end to it. So the whole process is, if you are here right now watching this, that means you are in this world very actively, in this dual world, taken a human body and experiencing certain things in the journey. Why? It cannot happen without your will. It cannot be that somebody has kicked you out of a certain space and said go there and enjoy or suffer. It is our own decisions which we have forgotten. In this gross duality, we do not remember that. So we feel this as we have come somewhere and we have to go somewhere. There is nothing like coming and going. We have always been a part of this existence in some or the other way. I always say there is no multiple lifetime. This is my ideology. It's very clear, crystal clear to me, that there is no multiple lives, like past life and future lives. We have lived so many lives. We take birth and death. So there are multiple, they say thousands and sometimes even countless births and deaths that we have taken continuously. But what my awareness shows me very clearly in meditativeness is there is no multiple births and deaths. I'm not talking about new belief or concept. It is the truth if you see. The Upanishads and Vedas talk very clearly about this. It is just one journey. When is the birth and when is the death? Birth is when you separated from that consciousness, supreme consciousness. That's your birth. Because there you started experiencing as a different identity. Till then you were in that consciousness. So the moment you separated from that consciousness, you took a new identity, your experience began, your journey began. So you got a birth there. Now this will continue till you die. What is that die? Die means till you go back into that source, where you came from. That is your death, actual death. When it's over, it's all over. The whole experience, that from detaching, then all that you go through, maybe millions of years, human years. Then you go back, that's the death, the final thing, you settle down again. So it is one journey, I believe that's how my perception shows me. It is just one full journey of life. What we call as birth and death here in human forms or any other forms is just a temporary halt in that journey. It's like you are going from Kanyakumari towards the Himalayas, Kailasha, or let's say even Jammu and Kashmir. So your birth is at Kanyakumari and your death is at your destination, that is Kailasha or Jammu. That is one stretch. You began, you ended. But you won't start here and you are not going to go non-stop. Can you see that? It's not that you are going to be all the time awake, you are going to be all the time alert for all these hours that you are going. Let's say you are going by road. So many days you are not going to be alert. What do? You break your day. There's a day and night. Every night you halt somewhere, you take rest in a hotel or in a place or somewhere. So there are halts. So that is what we refer to as birth and death. You begin at Kanyakumari and then you might come somewhere close to Karnataka and take a halt. That's death. One Janma is over. Then you wake up the other day, you move towards Maharashtra. And probably in Maharashtra you take stop for the night. Another death. Maharashtra to Gujarat. Another Janma. Gujarat to Rajasthan. Another Janma. From there to Delhi. Another Janma. From there it goes on. Punjab or whatever. So these are Janmas which we are calling so many lifetimes. But if you actually see, you have only one life that you are living from Kanyakumari to Jammu. One life. And you are awareness. You are pure awareness. You are aware of the journey. Complete journey you are aware. Your death, you are aware because you are not dying. Your awareness is even aware of the Janma and the Mrityu that is happening. Your consciousness is aware. Your consciousness doesn't die when you sleep. So whether you halt in Maharashtra or Rajasthan or anywhere, your consciousness is awake. Your body sleeps. That is the death. So our human journey also is designed in so many ways. So we have this multiple birth and death. But actually if you see, it is one life from start to end. So all we are having is this breakup. Why this breakup? Because Prarabdha. This is called Prarabdha. We are allotted Prarabdha. If you put all the Prarabdha together, what happens? That's Sanchit Karma. The whole stock. So what happens is when we tumble down when we leave home, from the supreme destination, and we start walking, we gather a lot of karma. We keep on gathering. It's like a snowball effect. Snowball itna hi hota hai. It starts from there. It starts rolling. But as it comes down, let's say 1 kilometer down, it is a huge ball. Powerful. What has happened? It is gathering the snow. So it begins with slow and becomes big. The same is our journey also. We start from there and we keep on gathering this. So as we gather, the quota becomes more. The Sanchita quota becomes more. So as you stretch the Sanchita, the divisions also extends because the quota is getting more and more. So that means more Janmas. So that is how automatically the Srishti, the nature, it separates and segregates your journey and to make it easy for you. So that's the whole journey about. So when you are somewhere in the middle, you don't know where you are. All our conditions are that way. Right now we do not know which part of the whole journey from Kanyakumari to Jammu, where are you? Are you in Maharashtra or you are still in Tamil Nadu? or you're somewhere close to Delhi, you don't know. More complicated, because if you have reached till Delhi, it's like the snake and ladder game. I don't know if you know about the snake and ladder game. पहले बहुत होता था ये. You throw the dice and then you take the number, and then there's a ladder that takes you up quickly, and then you move a little ahead. Then there's a snake. If the snake bites, you come down slow back to the tail, which might be again down. This is exactly the process of karma. The dice is your choice, your free will that you take. And you move, you jump. If you have got good punyas, that's a ladder. It escalates you. The grace of mistakes, the grace of your master, the grace of your parents, the grace of your ancestors, the grace of divine beings. Grace comes from where? It comes from your punya. If you are having good accumulated karmas, definitely these add-ons come to you. And these add-ons are the ladders that help you skip a lot of things, dangers and all that. It throttles you ahead. So we are in the snake and ladder game. We do not know. It's a big puzzle. Why it's a puzzle? Because we are not aware. We are not in awareness. We are simply that movement depending on whatever is thrown. This is like, your fate, wherever your fate takes you. You throw the dice and you don't know, it's a 6 number, you go 6. Speed doesn't matter. We feel speed means we go ahead first. No. Let's say you throw the dice and you get 6, the full marks, and you are happy, and your friend throws and he gets only 2 or 3. Now that 6, where it lands up is the main thing. Are you landing up in the start of a ladder that can escalate you? Or are you landing up in the mouth of a snake? The speed doesn't matter. So you might go ahead faster also on the scene. You might go 2-3 levels up also. But the speed with which you are going, it might get into a snake's mouth and then you might come right down. But somebody who's coming very steadily might be coming very steadily. You never know. Or the speed might come in such a way that, it can escalate you 10 steps upward if you had a 5 point to come to that start ladder. But instead of 5, you got a 6 and you're happy. I got 6 more marks. But then when you're counting, you're saying, oh my God, I just missed it. It should have been 5, it would have been better. Or maybe just 1 and you have a ladder. But you get 6, so it doesn't matter there. There it absolutely doesn't matter. The speed doesn't matter. So on the journey also, the speed is not the matter. The more you get, it absolutely doesn't work on that way. That is why I had made a post first day. I don't know if you read that. Yeah, it says, on the journey, no one is higher, no one is lower, no one is ahead, no one is behind. All are simply here to experience what they choose to experience. And sooner or later, everybody will reach their goal. What are you doing as you move on this? You are just meeting people on your way at different destinations, different milestones. So when you look at people around, your own relations, your own loved ones, your friends, and the people around, whatever, all the people that you meet, all the circumstances, all the incidents that you meet is nothing but a moving milestone that you are passing in a vehicle. You are moving from Kanyakumari towards Jammu. So a lot of things come across you. You come across a lot of people, a lot of experiences. But you are not that. Now when you look at people, you might see that somebody is lagging behind. Somebody is very enthusiastic. Somebody is lethargic and sleeping. Somebody is not awakened. This happens in our journey. When we look around our own family members and we see, gosh, these people would have been little awakened. Because they are not even causing hindrance to their own journey, they are causing hindrance to even my journey, somewhere or the other, because they are not in that state, in that speed that you are going, or not even in the same track or lane that you are going. They are in some other track. So they are co-passengers who are actually maybe creating nuisance or boosting your journey. But in any ways, we should not be affected by them, because we are on the journey ourselves, and on the journey we are meeting these co-passengers who are all in their different state of journeys. We do not know where they are, neither do they know, but they are also somewhere in the snake and ladder game, boosted by their own goodness or bitten by their own wrongdoings. It's an experience. So that's why I mentioned here, you just meet people on your way back home at different milestones. All are moving at their own chosen pace, and all have the right to choose their pace and the detours. Detours is the distraction from the journey. At their free will. They have their free will. With their free will, they move towards that. So we cannot condemn anyone. We cannot consider anyone lesser or anybody more also because of that. We might sometimes feel that we are moving fast and they are not moving. Or we might feel that we are moving so slow and the whole world is going so fast. The people around me are going so fast on the journey. Not true. You don't know if they are going fast and they can get bitten. So the best idea is not to focus on anybody else's journey, where anybody is going. This is why the basic foundation of do not judge anyone. Because everybody is actually living their journey because they chose it. They chose that kind of experience. They need life lessons to understand, and they are experiencing life just like you and me are experiencing life. How are we experiencing life? Only a person who is aware can understand what we are talking about here. Will know, because that person is seeing everything in witnesshood, their own life, unwinding, untouched by anything. In that state, you are able to see others also, their journey also, how they are going. And you are going to witness, you will actually witness even their journeys. When you have the capacity to witness and be aware of your own journey, you will definitely bring up the ability, you will develop the ability to see the same thing in the others. And that is when your discrimination, your viveka will show the hardships that they are undergoing. Because now you know your journey and you know the hardship that you are facing. How difficult it is to navigate through life. Imagine people here, I am assuming everybody who is sitting here are much enlightened and awakened than the others. I am not talking about we are more superior or they are inferior, not at all. I am saying, okay, life has given us this blessing of being awakened, but still you know, when you are awake, you know how difficult the journey is, because now in clarity you are seeing your own journey. What all difficulties have you been through in your life to come to this state? Even for the awakening to happen, it took some incidents from your life. You had to pay a price for it. You paid a price for it to even get that awakening. Probably even crawl through those states to wherever you are right now. Good, bad, ugly, whatever. But it has to be something better than the past. That's spirituality. If you have come into spirituality and walking the path, we might feel we are stuck, we might feel nothing is happening, but if you just turn and look back and contemplate and reflect on your life, you will see you have come a long way. Very long way. That will make you feel grateful. So do not judge your experiences by what you are feeling at the moment. That's a mind game. Never be pulled into that. Mind will try to tell you, you're good for nothing, you're going nowhere, you're not better than the others, and it will compare. All those things it will do. That is the time mind goes into a confusion and despair as to, what am I doing? Where am I going? What's happening in my life? Why it's happening elsewhere? Why it's not happening with me? It's false. It's a delusion. This is how the Maya plays. It's not true. It's absolutely not true. Do not believe your mind. And that happens. What you got to do is just stay in that moment. Reflect back on your journey. Where you started your journey from. Where did you come? What were you yesterday? What were you last year? What were you year before that? What state was your mind? What state was your quality of life? What is it now? You will see 101% there will be massive improvement. Massive. It will shock you. What has brought you from that state to this state? What is it that has brought you? You call it grace, you call it anything. But it's your life journey, it's unwinding. Who chose this? You chose this. It's going exactly as you chose. What did you choose? You are choosing something that's higher. You're choosing liberation, let's say. Liberation everybody chooses, but nobody is aware of it, that's all. Every single soul on this earth, however dirty, bad, ugly, is still chosen somewhere deep in their realm of their mind and their soul, deep in their soul, there is a longing to liberate. But it has not fructified fully. It is deep within. That is triggering the movement of that soul. But by the time that purity is coming up, there is a lot of impurity up in that person. The mind is impure. The intellect is impure. All these koshas and subtle bodies that we have, everything is impure. So it is coming from the deep to liberate. Every soul, every single soul has this seed of liberation all the time active, whether you like it or not. Why? Because it has come from the source. It has come from light. It has to have the bija of light. But only thing, it is surrounded by more of darkness, agyanta. So many who are in the very gross state of consciousness also, whom we very easily condemn. Look at that guy. He's a murderer. Whoever it is, the most horrible person also has the bija of that. You call it the Shiva Tattva, the Shiva bija. Now the God consciousness is there. But what has happened? It is surrounded more by the muck. And that muck is making that person act in an opposite way, in a beastly way. But in reality, that person has the tattva of God. Now that bija is constantly emitting the radiation of liberation. It wants to go back to the source. But by the time that energy, that signal is coming up, by the time it comes into the mind body, it gets polluted, it gets dissolved, because there is so much of negative vibrations here. Or it gets transmuted into their vasanas. The same desire to come out of something, to progress, to evolve. How does the bija return home? By evolution. So there is a constant need for evolution. So that desire for evolution is coming here to reach the godly state, but by the time it comes here, there is so much of negative impact on that this desire gets polluted and converted into a desire for something at that level. Are you getting it? It is actually going and coming to seek that highest, but due to the dirt, impurity, when it is coming, it gets dissolved in this. And what is my impurity? My lowly desires, my low desires, whatever my low agendas are there. I am constantly vibrating on this agenda. A murderer, a robber is constantly vibrating on a very low vibe of doing harm to someone or to acquire somebody else's wealth. Though the vibration is there, it's a desire. So this desire, when it comes here, it gets merged into this and it gets lost into these desires. But there is a little good quality that will affect it. It will refine even the dirtiest quality in some way, because it's a powerful, pure impulse. It cannot go waste. So somewhere it will dilute it. But what will happen is, the icha, the yearning for liberation, the seeking of Satchidananda, the seeking to be in that bliss state, will now get converted into something of a grosser state of happiness. So that gets converted into what? I am vibrating, I want real estate, property. That property, if I gain that property, I will get peace of mind. I want that particular girl, I want this particular boy. If I get them in my life, I will be happy. That will be my blissful state. It will be Satchidananda for me. I will experience that joy. So, the longing and the craving is to experience that joy only, but in a wrong place. Not a wrong place, in a lower place. Nothing is wrong. It's the same desire to experience that Satchidananda, but by the time it has come here, it is get polluted. So now they want to experience that same happiness in this what they see, because their focus is not here. And that is how the same desire gets converted into a gross desire. It's the same desire for seeking. So the bija is constantly working on them. When will this get in momentum? When this becomes purified. Because when this is purified only, it will allow that earnest seeking to go up. The more the muck, the more time it will take, the more the janmas it will take. But it is all moving towards that. This is what came to me in my meditation. So I put this. On the journey, no one is higher, no one is lower. No one is ahead, no one is behind. All are simply here to experience what they chose to. And sooner or later, everybody will reach their goal. You just meet people on your way back home at different milestones. All are moving at their own chosen pace, and all have the right to choose their pace and the detours with their free will. Detours means, I want to go now, next journey is from Karnataka, I have to go to Maharashtra according to my plan. But while going there, something diverts me towards Andhra. They say, oh, there's a beautiful place there, let me visit that place. My journey is supposed to go to Maharashtra from Karnataka. But I see something in Andhra. So I divert and I take a detour. That's a detour. Instead of going here, I have taken there. But if I go to Andhra also, again that longing is there to go back to the destination. So sooner or later, it will again take backwards. But what has happened? The time waste. This is how the soul also delays with distractions. It has a choice to go straight up, or it has the choice to take detours, but nobody has the right to condemn them. Why are you taking a detour? It is their own choice, because the soul wants to experience Andhra Pradesh. Not even God will stop them. This is called free will. Somebody wants to go there, they have the right to go there. It is said that, you are free from making your own choice. You are free in making your own choice, but you are not free from the consequences of that choice. You are free to take your own choice, but you are not free from the consequences. There is a consequence to pay. Because when you take a detour, you got to pay the price for it. Maybe extra fuel, extra expenditures, and all the other obstacles and all the goodness and badness that will come in that route also, which was not required. You could have avoided that whole thing, but for the thrill of it, for the enjoyment of that, because the soul wants to experience that, and they have all the right. So it takes a detour. So when you are going on the journey of life, you will meet people with detours. You will say, Arey, you are supposed to go here and buy. What are you doing? Why are you taking that wrong decision? And we are compelled to force them. Don't take that wrong decision. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's what I said here. It's their own choice. They have taken this according to their free will. Why? Perhaps because they will not understand the seriousness of certain aspects in their karmic patterns until they experience that this is not good for them. You tell them, it will not be understood. They want to realize it themselves that yes, this is not good. Who are you to tell me? Let my soul experience that it's not good. I need the proof that it's not good for me. That is how everybody works in this world. There are so many saints, there are so many preachers, there are so many masters, awakened souls. There are so many awakened souls, there are light workers, there are all kind of people there trying to guide humanity in a certain direction. All can only guide, but they do not have the power to change anybody's destiny sitting there until the soul themselves decide to change their destiny. That is why gurus never interfere in the life of anybody. They only preach, they only talk, they only train, they guide you constantly again and again and again. They don't go beyond that. What decision you make is up to you. No guru, no master, no awakened soul will come and sit in your house and ask you, what have you done for the whole day, or whole year, or whole life for that matter. They cannot. They are not even bothered. Because that is something that you have chosen. If you have chosen to take a detour, they say, Tatastu, go and come. Have a trip and come. You are not going to get lost. You might delay the journey. Actually, there is nothing getting lost here. Where can you go lost? It's the whole cosmos. It's the whole creation of Parabrahma. Everything is in that Parabrahma. The creation of that Parabrahma. Where can you get lost? Today or tomorrow, you got to get back to the source. But that today or tomorrow, in today's language, what we are speaking here, it might sound very small. Today or tomorrow. But in the subtle dimensions, the today or tomorrow might mean even thousands and lakhs and millions of years. Human years, earthly years. It can be that long. But even if it is 1 million year or 10 million or 1 lakh million years also, still the soul will again navigate and gravitate towards the higher source. That is why they say every saint had a past and every sinner has a future. What does that mean? That means even a saint, even a realized master has been through all this what we are going through. Probably not in this lifetime, but they have been there. Same emotions, same experiences, same pains, same traumas what we are feeling. One point of time, they had it. So every saint had a past, they say. And every sinner, like we say you and me are sinners, okay, every sinner has a future. It's evolution, constant evolution. So the best thing is never to judge our own journey and never at all anybody else's journey. Everybody is moving according to their own pace. You say, no, how can that happen? Maybe my friend is going a wrong detour and I might try to help, but then I stay back. Okay, it's his decision or her decision. But I can't do that with my family members, with my loved ones. Now, what is the difference between a family member association and a friend and relative and the general public? Would you do that in public if somebody is doing? A stranger. You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't even try to attempt to help them in some way if they are taking a wrong decision. You just go away. But a friend, you might try to help, but you might still keep distance. But with a loved one, you might do everything to get involved into it. And to make that decision, make them take that decision. What is the difference between these three? All are souls. Why is our reaction different to all these three? Can you contemplate? If anybody here is in a state of awareness, they might get some illusions to what I am trying to say. 3 examples I gave. One is the general public, the stranger, who might take wrong decisions in their life, but you are not bothered. Though you know about it, you are aware of it. You very clearly know, if they take this, they will have this kind of a consequence. Beautiful, Pratiji. You got it right. It's only the difference is attachment. What is your attachment with the public, stranger? No attachment at all. No attachment, no business in their work. You are completely off it. See? No attachment. So you are never involved with them. Friends, little attachment. Attachment is there. Some little intrusions and some little pulling back. Loved members, family members, who are close ones, loved ones, full attachment. So full involvement, full jabardasti, full thopofai. So there where we have attachment, we have a false feeling of having the right to make decisions for somebody else. And there is where the pain comes from. Now you tell me, observe this very carefully, be in a state of awareness while I am telling this. The 3 examples I gave, you clearly can see the attachment levels. Now you tell me, when a stranger is making a false decision and they undergo some suffering, how much do you suffer? You see they have taken a wrong decision. You want to tell them, but you don't want to, because you are not attached with them. And then they take their decision, and whatever consequences they are suffering. Will you feel the pain? You might to a certain level, but it's not very. You might move away. Okay. You might even say, see, I told. You might laugh over it also and go. Why? No attachment. Friends, it might hurt you a little bit. It might bother you to a certain level, depending on the quality of attachment. So friends, it will bother you. But when it comes to loved ones, experience, just feel. They have taken a wrong decision and you are trying to contemplate, you are trying to change them completely. You are trying to motivate them towards something that you want, but they have still taken their decisions or whatever. And then they are undergoing the suffering of that decision. How much do you suffer? How much do they suffer? If you say, whatever they are suffering, even I am suffering, the attachment is very crude, very, very strong. You're feeling their pain, you're suffering with them, they are suffering all the time, you are suffering all the time. Attachment is lesser, it will be lesser. Attachment is very less, like the stranger or the friend, it will depend here also. If your attachment is refined to that level, like a stranger, the same kind of suffering will be here. Are you getting it? Now, what is the quality of a human soul in all this? The quality of the human soul in all these 3 common things is compassion. Human soul means those who are awakened. There are 2 types of people who are not awakened, who don't have compassion for it. So you might see a stranger and still it might not mean to you anything. They are taking a wrong decision, they are suffering, whatever happening. But it doesn't matter to you. You're not even bothered. You might feel like laughing. Might feel funny. What kind of a decision is this? So that's an ignorant. But the awakened ones, what will happen is, the compassion level is very high on that state. It's very high. There is where you actually even realize, okay, if somebody is undergoing some kind of a trauma, you feel a quality of that in your own soul. That is compassion. That is the basic human quality, a divine quality, which is not present in everyone. The same happens with the one who is with the friend, and the same happens with the one who is with the loved one. Compassion is there in all these stages, and it is compassion that will not make them feel completely detached from that soul. They will have a kind of empathy for that person, be it a stranger, a friend, or a loved one. They will have empathy, they will have good wishes, they might even have prayers for all these three. The awakened, enlightened beings are like that. Even if they see somebody suffering, it's not that they will suffer with it, because they have detachment, but they also have compassion, so they know how the suffering is of that person. So when they know that, they will try to alleviate, it's called, bring them up in some or the other way. This is called giving help, external help, but with a sense of detachment. The kind of help that we know is get involved completely. If somebody is jumped into the cow dung, we also jump into the cow dung in this name of saying we are helping them. What happens? They also stink, you also stink. When somebody is drowning, and if somebody is trying to save, that saver who is going to save must be very conscious of the consequences of saving someone else. If they are not conscious, they will drown. Because the one who is getting drowned will completely hold on to that person and pull him down. Without having any compassion, that person who is dying will have no compassion of who is saving or no, they will want to survive. So they might push that person down and try to stand on the head of that person, the one who is trying to save. Because in that kind of a survival instinct, there is absence of compassion. There is only survival. So the person who is trying to save must be intelligent enough, or that person can lose his or her life. If somebody is doing it just out of attachment, without thinking, if somebody has jumped in and you also jump in to save, both are drowned. But if that person is enlightened and conscious and having compassion, yet detachment, that person will know very specifically how to jump and save the person without getting pulled away with that person. With the sense of compassion is to help, but the detachment is to keep proper distance and to protect oneself first. Because only when that person protects themselves, they can protect others. This is why in the aeroplanes also they say, before applying the oxygen mask to the children, in case there is a low oxygen level in the plane, they announce, first put the oxygen mask to your children and to the weak before putting it to yourself. How would that be if the announcement was that? The whole thing would have gone as a chaos. That is what generally happens, because everybody is trying to tell, save others. So just imagine, the flight attendant is telling, put your oxygen mask to the weak ones and to the little ones, because they are vulnerable. You are strong enough, so you put it on to them. It doesn't work that way, does it? Why is it then in the plane they say that you put the oxygen mask first before applying it to the children and to the old or weak? Why? Now in general terms, if you see this, they will call it selfishness. Oh, it's so selfish. I am thinking about my life. I am going to save my life. What about my little child who is sitting in the plane? I don't save their life? No. The common sense simply is that you save yourself. Only if you are alive, if you are capable enough to handle your own life, then you can handle somebody else's life. Then you can protect somebody else's life. As simple as that. That is why in the aeroplane they say, first you apply to yourself. Why? Because they know. They know that the human consciousness is filled with attachment. The attachment might drive a person to go and save somebody first. It's the attachment, deep attachment. Attachment even overrules common sense. Are you saying it? And in the end, what happens is the result is not good. The person who's trying to save might lose that person, they also might lose their own life. Why? What has done that? Attachment. So in all these three stated, if you see, attachment is the root cause of your problems. A person who is aware will know how to remain aware, and they will have this sense of compassion and the sense of detachment both in equal qualities. And then they will be able to function it in levelhood. This is called working at a level, a proper level. You are not shaken by things. You are going at a level. You are going afloat. You are able to take proper decisions. Why? Your viveka remains pure, unaffected. Attachment, your viveka dives down. It's like the plane diving down and the pilot has no control over the control system. They lost control. The viveka has lost control of the plane. So the pilot has to be all the time active and aware and alert and conscious. Very much. Viveka is that. Yes, I am trying to explain this in very simple terms of stories and all that, so that we understand. Because normally when we say you should not have attachment, they take it like a preaching, they take it like a belief, or it is some doctrine that you got to practice, no attachment. So I have to practice now no attachment. And no attachment means how the person who is taking this doctrine, they will go and say, I will not talk to you. Or I will not look at that person. No attachment means they feel. Attachment means no talking, no meaning, no enhancement in any way. That's the wrong way. That has nothing to do with attachment. This is when you understand the teaching of no attachment in just a doctrine. It's a belief, it's some teaching, some preaching somewhere. It's in the Bible, it's in the Quran, it's in the Bhagavad Gita, I'm going to follow it. Without having full awareness on the subject, what it is. So I'm trying to explain the same thing in this format so that you understand that attachment, how subtle it is and how it creates problems also. See, a stranger, no problem. Loved one, you also suffer. When you suffer with the external suffering, that is not an awakened state. That is still an ignorant state, because it's ignorance. There is no wisdom of light yet awakened within that shows you that you need not necessarily go berserk. Your viveka need not go up and down. Your pilot system does not need to lose control of everything to control something. How can you control something when you have lost control of the plane? If the pilot is not in condition, how can he save the whole? The plane is whole tumbling, and then he wants to save the plane. How is it possible? For the whole system to function properly, the pilot has to manage everything function properly. And that is where the system of the mind comes into picture. When you understand your mind, the Patanjali Yoga Sutras I was reading, it's so well defined, the journey of life. I was talking to you in the start that we do not know where in the journey we are. Everybody knows that they have chal to pade hai, lekin kahan hai? Is it important to know? It's not important, as I told you, because we are just part of the experience. We are experiencing everything. But why did I bring this question is sometimes we feel demotivated understanding what's happening. We do not know what's happening. We are stuck. Nobody is stuck. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The feeling of being stuck is just an illusion. You look back, that's what I said. Look back at it years from the journey that you've traveled all these years. You will come to know that it's not stuck. It's been moving at very rapid pace. And it's still going. Only thing is, when you awaken with your awareness, when you keep your awareness alight and awake, you will avoid all the unwanted detours and be focused on that journey so that you can go as fast as possible. Now, who is it that takes the decision? You. It's upon your liking. So if you say, I want to go fast, then you got to take the decision to remain aware. Because awareness will show you what to do and what not to do. It will give you a clear-cut discrimination. That is what the journey is all about. Sandeep Kapadi ji, a family man will have difficulty in remaining away from attachment. Yes, but I will add in bracket, an ignorant family man will have difficulty in remaining away from attachment. That's true. Your statement is true. But I would add ignorant, agyan. Agyani will not have this. It is opposite. So I will say an awakened family man will have no difficulty in remaining away from attachment. That's the difference. That's what we are talking about. Otherwise, what is the difference between an awakened and an ignorant? What is the use of coming on the spiritual path? Why are we walking the spiritual path? To clear the ignorance, to clear the confusions, to have clarity, to come out from these bondages that we call attachment. It is to come out from that. It is not to enhance it. Isn't it? That's why we are walking the spiritual path. So somewhere if you are walking on the spiritual path and you have really awakened to spirituality, a feeling of awareness will very clearly come to you that attachment can never touch me. Attachment will not rule my life. I will decide on how to use the attachment. The attachment will not decide how to use me. You don't become a victim to your circumstances or to these vices called Kama, Krodh, Lobha, Moha, Ahankar. Moha is attachment. The 5 kleshas, the 5 vikaras, the 5 vices are our main enemies. The whole Bhagavad Gita is talking about these 5 qualities. How to overcome and transcend these qualities. The whole Vedas and Upanishads are talking about how to transcend these 5 kleshas, which are our enemies that keep us rooted in ignorance or avidya or ajnanata, ignorance. Why are we walking the spiritual path? It is to get rid of these 5. So we cannot be talking in favor of these 5 when we are walking the path. Are you getting that? What we normally do is we walk the path and we are fully in favor of these 5. We are never making an attempt to come out of this because there is a strong belief that these are very strong rooted. Yes, they are strong. But if they are so strong, nothing is saying that it is impossible to get over this. If that is true, then the Bhagavad Gita is false. All the Shastras are false then. If this is so powerful and you are impossible to get out of it, then all the mystics, all the saints, all the masters, all the awakened, enlightened beings are all false. Because then they have not overcome it. What do you say? That means these are living possibilities. The masters, the enlightened beings, the saints, the yogis who have mastered this, they have shown that it is possible. We are supposed to catch the possibility of that and never say that this is difficult and impossible. Because who says it is impossible and difficult? The ignorant. Who is the ignorant? The ignorant is the one who does not want to make a change. Why? Because the pulls of these lower attachments and all, they feel comforted by that. They feel strengthened. They feel secure in this field. Attachment, it gives me security. Because all the time there is somebody with me. I'm dependent like a parasite on everybody. I'm not alone. I don't want to feel alone, because alone means insecurity. So for my securities, I hold on to these people. So that gives me a false sense of security. Why false? Because it's impermanent. It's temporary. We all know it. How long is that going to exist? It's not going to exist forever. So if it is not going to exist forever, it is false. What kind of a security is that which is going to fade away today or tomorrow? Or which is going to end today or tomorrow? At the time of death, everything will have to be left behind. Then what? At the time of death means what? Evolution. You are moving from one body to another. Because why? You are finished your lessons, you are moving ahead. But you cannot evolve. There is attachment. You cannot even die properly. Because of the attachment, it will pull you back. This is a snake bite in the snake and ladder. Ow! Ouch! Something has bitten you. You are coming. What? Moha. Attachment has bitten you. You are coming down. Come down to that on the spiritual ladder. Ignorant person will never understand where they have fallen, when they have come down, what has bitten them. Awakened person, a person in awareness will know, oh, that is why they say once bitten, twice shy. Once the experience is got, they should learn from it. Who learns? A spiritual person. He is a yogi who learns from every experience. He is a sadhak who learns from every experience. He is a Shiv yogi who learns and transcends at every moment. Only that person can be a Shiv yogi. How can somebody call themselves a Shiv yogi or a yogi or a sadhak or whatever when they are completely lying in ignorance all the time? When they have not transcended, they are not making any evolution, they are not making a true sincere effort to move out from these 5 kleshas. I've seen so many people there once on the path. I'm not judging anyone, but I'm trying to tell you as an example. We must understand this. Because I see it and I don't care. I don't mind about it. Because that's none of my business. They are choosing it. Their choice. They want to have detours, fine. But again, as a teaching, while I'm trying to teach this thing here, in clarity I'm giving these examples. There are many who remain stuck in this avidya. They feel they are walking the path. Walking the path means walk the talk. Means what you know, what you say, what you believe, what you understand, what you have gained wisdom from your masters. You got to walk that talk. It is not just a talk. So if somebody asks you, what is the root cause of your suffering? You say, attachment. 100 points to you. I say no points to you. Because that even a kindergarten child or a first standard child will tell you. First grade child will tell you. Because these are question and answers, by-hearted question and answers. Like I always say, har haal mein dash, everybody will say khushi. Why? Where is that coming from? It's not coming from the real perception of experience of that. It is coming from some knowledge. We have by-hearted it so many times. Har haal mein khushi. Is that khushi really there? That's a different story altogether. The Chidakasha Gita says, say what you know. Say what you mean, that is, what you experience. You only say what you experience. And what you say must be a part of your experience. Otherwise, you never talk about it. The Chidakasha warns. Do not talk of anything that is not in your experience. So whatever we are sharing here is coming from that experience. Whatever I am trying to share is coming from a clear-cut experience. And I definitely follow that. Otherwise, I have no right to speak about it. And because you follow it, you know it. How do I know it with conviction? It is because I'm following it. How do I follow it? Because I know it. How do I know it? Because I follow it. This is spirituality. This is what I call practical spirituality, walking the talk. So there is no point in whole life telling that I know the teachings of the masters, of the scriptures. We know everything. Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Ahankar. We know all these things. But what are we doing to transcend this? Most of the time, it's not. I'm telling you. There is a feeling, there is a bloated feeling that I am walking the path. That is why Gurudev used to say, reflect every night. He used to say, before going to sleep, reflect, contemplate how have you lived your life. Because only in Chintan, when you reflect and contemplate, only your awareness, in awareness, then your awareness will show you, no, you were supposed to do these things. You are supposed to live in this way. You have not been living in that way. So what will happen is, immediately the person will take some decisions to now rectify and change. It is only then that the evolution happens. So this is the path where most of us feel confused because of this. Because there is no clarity. You will know certainly where you are standing. In the journey of evolution, you will also know certainly how much more is there. I'm telling you. You will clearly know of it. Only if you are aware, if you are practicing awareness. Because then you are constantly reminded, you are constantly aware of your own flaws. You know the darknesses that is there. You know very clearly, it is only this darkness, if I transcend this, I am done with, because you know that is holding you back. And imagine if somebody is under that whole mountains of ignorance, there is less chance for anybody to even know what are those mountains. Most of them are stuck. They do not know even where to begin and what to do. They do not know, because the load is so much. That is why we always say, go bit by bit. When we are walking the path, we are taking one thing at a time. Living in the moment. We are not trying to take the whole mountain and destroy it in one. You cannot do that. Nobody can do that. It is a lifetime journey that you got to unwind. So you got a lifetime to unwind and finish off the whole thing. That is why the human body, the human life is very important. Bade bhag manushya tan pava. Because only in this journey, in this body, you can consciously work on that. And that is why most of the mystics say, do not waste time. Do not waste time thinking that let me handle this problem, that problem, my worldly responsibility, this responsibility, and then let me think about it. You will be lost. There is a way to handle the worldly responsibilities also. In consciousness, in awareness, while walking the path also, you can handle your worldly responsibilities. This is one way. The other way is, first let me handle everything in ignorantly, because you are not connected then. You want to finish off this whole thing, the worldly business, and then say, then let me come back to spirituality. But the chances is, that's a detour. The chances is, you might go towards Andhra Pradesh and you might well go somewhere else from there and come down to Kerala also from there. You might not know. Because that is a lower pull. Kerala is a lower pull. You are trying to go towards Jammu. But that pull has distracted you towards Andhra. And when you are going to Andhra, more lucrative things you feel down there is there in Kerala. You come back to Kerala. Before you even realized, you have come back to where you started. And then we say, this halat did it, that person did it, this circumstance. Nobody has done it. It's my sole decision that detour did it. Had I been little attentive and careful and aware of that detour, I wouldn't have taken the detour. That one turn, that one small turn made a whole change. If I would have avoided that one turn, gone straight. Now the Upanishads talk about this very clearly, that there is a space window for a person to make this decision. There is a space window. There is a possibility. I'll just talk one second. Just give me one moment. Preeti Kumar, conscious decision, that these 5 delusions only. Now, what I was trying to say is, by being aware, when you walk in awareness, in consciousness, completely aware, and then you say, okay, I have worldly responsibilities, so let me finish them, but side by side, let me not let the grip of this vision that I have towards my liberation. That is my source, and that source will support this also, because what happens is, you are clinging on one hand towards your main goal of life, and with the other hand you are dealing with all the things that you want to deal with. You are not letting go of this, and with both the hands you are jumped into it. Then there is no grip. That balance has to be there. In the worldly responsibilities also, if you remember, if you are aware of your higher purpose and then live it, then only detachment is possible, my dear. If you leave both the hands and if you say, let me handle the worldly responsibilities now, you will sink into it, because the attachment will pull you in that current. The Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Ahankar, everything will pull you in that current, and there is no source of connection to you. The awareness is absent. How awareness comes in? Yogast Kuru Karmani. You got to be connected. Yog ki sthiti mein. So in that yog ki sthiti, when you are immersed in the world, it will keep you afloat. Your buddhi will show you the difference between attachment and detachment. It will have the compassion to serve, to fulfill all the needs there, but without losing the common sense and falling in for it. That is the only way you can actually work in the world. Like a jackfruit, if you want to open up a jackfruit, an ignorant person will just open the jackfruit and try to grab them, and all that sticky thing will catch up your hands, and you cannot even eat or work properly with your hand, because there is so much of that sticky gum in there, the jackfruit. So what does the person do? They apply oil first to their hands. When they apply oil and then they open the fruits, easily they are able to work without their hands getting any kind of sticky gum to their hands. This oil is that awareness. In that awareness, you are taking the jackfruit out. So in the awareness, while remaining fully aware, you are connected in the world, and you are serving the world, you are serving your loved ones, you are serving all the purposes of your worldly responsibilities, but the oil will not let you drown in that maya. So if there is attachment also, you will see the attachment very clear. You will know how to act with that attachments without getting too much controlling over them and too much suffering all the time with them. You don't have suffering actually. You watch everything. Because now you have a higher awareness, you know that somebody who is suffering, even if it is your loved one who is suffering, you don't have to suffer. Because it is the choice that the soul has made, that to understand the higher reality, let me suffer. Only by learning this lesson in this painful way, only I will transcend it. I will not transcend because you are giving me a lecture. However loved you are. You might have seen that. You cannot. Little children, when they are playing, You tell them, don't run, you might hurt yourself, don't do that, don't jump there, don't do that. They will not listen. Hell to your preaching. What the soul is telling is, it is important that I should be careful. And there is a guidance that is coming to me from my parents, but I choose not to listen to it. Then the Prakriti will say, okay, then you learn from that experience that it is not good for you. If you don't listen, no problem. You learn from a personal experience. Then the child falls down and hurts, and then it cries. And there is pain for the child. The child is in pain. Now, an ignorant parent will run to the child, protect it, and then cry with the child. They will feel the pain of the child. This is attachment. This is not allowing the child to learn a lesson with detachment. An awakened parent will look at the child and smile and say, good that you have fallen now, you get up. Ignorant parent will say, maybe, if there is a lot of ego, they will say, oh, you have fallen down, you didn't listen to me, you have fallen down now bear it. Suffer. This is an ignorant, egoistic parent. But the other, who is very compassionate, who has full of awareness, will look at the child. The compassion is there, but they are not suffering. They say the child has fallen and is experiencing pain. They will go and grab the child and very nicely, tenderly tell, look, you got to be careful, otherwise this thing will happen. There is no lecture, I told you this, I told you that, nothing. Because the purpose is, I told you this, that person is not listening. Nature told something, let the person listen to the nature. So the parent is telling you, don't listen to me, no problem. Listen to nature. This is what happens. When you're living, you got to be careful in this manner. So it's okay. So in this what happens? The child is suffering, but the parent is not suffering. Now, is that not suffering lack of love? No. It is full of love, but it is full of unconditional love. It is full of compassion and kindness. Because now the parent is able to see, okay, finally, something will teach, something higher than me. Because till now it is like, I am the final. You got to listen to me or you don't listen to it. No, we are not saying that. Say, I am just an instrument trying to tell you the same truth that person is trying to tell you, that source is trying to tell you, but you are not listening. Okay, no problem. You don't take it from me, you take it from there. Now this parent is feeling beamingly happy. Okay, the message has been conveyed. Hopefully the lesson has been learned. This is how the child learns not to do that mischief again. By what? By experience, first-hand experience. So what pravachan, what preaching could not help, the actually teaching came from life experience. This is what I meant to say by every life, every soul is choosing their experiences that they need to learn and grow and evolve. This is how the life functions. You and me, everybody in this world functions this way. To evolve, we got to learn and evolve. So all the systems in our life, all the incidents in our life, all the things that happen in our life are meant to evolve us. Everything, the pain, the suffering that comes is to tell you that this is unreal. What you are searching here is not available here. It will show you again and again that the things of the world are unreal. It is not permanent. It is not going to give you that permanent happiness. You might get very happy. You might say, my child has scored something, very high rank. And you get happy. My child has made me happy. But then news comes, oh, by mistake it was somebody else's marks card that came to your child. It is somebody else's. Your child has actually failed. What has happened then? Whole thing goes down. The same bliss that you thought that person will give now is giving the suffering to you. This is what we need to understand. In this world of duality, both pain and pleasure you will be bound with. One source where only the highest bliss is there, what we call as Satchidananda, is in that non-duality, which is very higher than the states of duality. So if you want to be established in something that is permanent, that doesn't die, all this will perish, that will not perish. So if you want to be established in that, your aim should obviously be towards that. And even understanding the science of how life functions. I told you, every person, gross or very awakened, enlightened, or a robber or a dacoit or somebody, has the bija of Shiva Tattva within them. That Shiva Tattva is what is provoking them to live, even be alive. You might say, no, that is a sinner. No. Sinner because the layers of ignorance is too high. The karmic imprints and the impurities are high. That doesn't make them, condemn them to be a complete sinner. That is why the Shiva Tattva does not judge anyone. Why does God judge a sinner and a saint? Why it is all same? Why when you go to an Avduta, the Chidakasha Gita, the Avdut Gita talks about it, that there is no difference between a dog and a human being. Even if a saint is standing on one side and if a dog is standing on the other side, the Avduta will have same consideration towards the saint and the dog. Why? Because the Avduta is in that state of Shiva consciousness, the supreme consciousness, where the Avduta can see very clearly that Tattva within them. This is what we call the God is within every soul. Now tell me, are we consciously and doing it in awareness? Tell me only this thing. Or are we just doing it ignorantly? When we say Namah Shivaya, what is Namah Shivaya? कि नमन करता हूँ वो शिव जो आपके अंदर है, उसको नमन करता हूँ. You are doing namaskara. You are bowing down to the God within somebody else. That is Namah Shivaya. Now just reflect and see, are we doing it in that source? When we say Namah Shivaya, are we living the Tattva of Namah Shivaya? When we say Om Namo Bhagavate Nityanandaya, or we say Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, what does it mean? It again means the same thing. Oh, I am bowing to that Tattva within you, that Nityananda Tattva within you. Om Namo Bhagavate Nityanandaya. Or the Tattva Vasudeva in you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Anything that you say, it is bowing, this soul is bowing to that soul. And to whom do we not bow? Tell me. The Sanatana preaches and teaches that you bow to everyone. We bow to even a snake. We bow to a tree. We bow to the grass. We bow to a flower. We bow to a rat. We bow to a cow. Anything. We bow to a stone. Sanatana talks about this. So many crores of Devi Devatas. What is this about? It is the Tattva, the Prakriti that formed from that Purusha. The first creation that formed the whole Prakriti is the Maya. What is that? It's the Shakti. So that Shakti is prevalent in everything here. Without Shakti, nothing can function in this world. So that means Shakti is moving everything, including a sinner. This cannot be easily understood. If somebody is in a dualistic state of mind, it's very difficult to understand this. Only non-dualistic approach will give you clarity in this. Non-dualistic approach is what no one actually bothers to go into. Even the religions don't go into non-dualistic approach. They stop somewhere at duality and they finish it there. They don't transcend beyond it. Because if you transcend, then you can clearly see the teachings very beautifully and purely. How to get clarity, Asha Deepak? Clarity is by awareness. What I'm trying to tell you, shifting into awareness. Developing your awareness only will give you the clarity. If awareness is absent, you cannot discriminate any of these things. Now what is talking through me? It is my awareness that is talking these facts to you. It is not my buddhi. My buddhi can talk to you only till duality. Anything to relate to non-duality, your buddhi cannot do. Your mind cannot grasp non-duality. Your mind cannot grasp anything beyond that subtle state. You need awareness, something called awareness, to grasp that. There is a certain knowing that downloads from that state of awareness. That is being translated in the same mind and put on here. Awareness through meditation? No, not through meditation. Meditation might not take you into awareness. Awareness, there are many things. You might look into my channel, Shifting into Awareness. Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. The name is Shifting into Awareness. Look into a lot of videos there. I've explained the basics of awareness and how to transcend that. So here what I'm talking today is assuming that you have understood what is awareness. So those who have not understood awareness, it won't make sense. Or it might make sense, but you might not know how. How is that possible? It might say, oh, this is true, what this guy is saying true, but how is that possible? It is possible. So you got to transcend. You got to transcend the state of duality. But many are, as I told you, many are comfortable operating from the dual space, because the dual gives you a sense of lack. It's a false sense of security, false sense of comfort, false sense of happiness, false sense of something that is right. It's a false, because it's very temporary. It transcends, it moves. So I find it more sensible to not stick within the dual principles and operate, but stick myself into the higher non-dual principles and then operate in the dual field, which is how all the saints, all the mystics operate. Please understand this. And it's not impossible. They are not here. They are there. Their bodies are here, but their awareness is there. And they operate through the awareness. They don't operate through the mind. Mind is a grosser stuff of the lower tattvas. Mind cannot go. Mind has its limitation. It cannot go beyond a certain limit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So to go beyond that, you need the power of discrimination, which comes through awareness. Only through awareness. So it's very important. I'm telling you, even it will give you clarity on where you are on the path. If we are feeling we are confused, we are stuck, it is because of the lack of awareness. We are trying to ascertain everything from the mind and trying to calculate where we are, what to do, how to do, when to do, where to do. The mind is trying to do that, but the mind is again limited again in the dualities. It is affected by all the dual properties, all the vasanas, all the samskaras, all the tendencies. It is being affected by that. So whatever decision this mind takes has to be impure. It is not in the purest state. But what awareness shows you? Pure state. Because awareness is not operating from the earth, it is operating from the higher realms. This is what I want to tell you again and again. So these 5 kleshas which we live in, one is the person says, let me finish all the worldly duties and then let me come back to spirituality. Very risky. And I've seen many people, I still see, who are let gone of that yoga skur karmani stuff, and they are floating in this And they remember that higher tattvas only when they are sunk somewhere or sinking somewhere. That bija, that Shiva, tattva, that reminds you, oh, this is not you're supposed to be doing. Then they have that yearning. And then they remember probably the Guru or probably the God. And then they say, connection nahi ho raha. I can't connect. So many emails I get in that, I'm unable to connect. समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या हो रहा है. और जैसे पहले तो बहुत होता था, अब नहीं हो रहा. Who has taken the decision? You have taken. Baby, you are not aware of your decision. Are you getting it? You know of a situation where you are not getting connection, but you are not aware ki why did I end up in that state? It is your own detour that you have taken. Now I am not trying to scare you, telling that, oh, you got to believe in this, you should not. No. I am not telling the do's and don'ts. I am just telling, do whatever you want, but go, even the detour that you are taking, take a detour. Because if it's your soul experience, it wants to experience. Go enjoy that detour also, but stay in awareness. Because if you are taking a detour also, the further steps, it will show you that the permanency is not here. Oh, this detour looked good, but actual में तो good है नहीं यहाँ पे. But if you are not aware, you will go sinking down. So even with that detour, sooner or later, if you realize this detour is not going, you might come back, or you might take another and connect further up ahead. Awareness will do that. State of awareness will do that. That is why practicing awareness is very important. All the people who feel lost on the path, confused in the path, note very carefully, you will have lack of awareness. There will be no awareness. It will be absent or very low state. Sure shot. That is a clear indication to tell you that awareness is a must. Awareness means what? The heightened knowing, a feeling of what is happening in my life. And awareness is something that will tell you, oh, what I am doing is nonsense. Awareness is something that when you are too much attached in attachment, somewhere it will tell you, what are you doing? This is attachment. No awareness means there is no voice, there is no light that will even tell you while you are engaged in that attachment, oh, moha. You are stuck in moha. There is nobody to tell you, you are stuck in moha. But if you remain connected, and then even if you fall into moha, if you deep dive also into moha, a voice, a light will tell you, you are in moha. That is what I mean by you will know where you are. You will know that you are stuck somewhere. There is a knowing that, okay, I am here. I had to be here, but I am here. Something will show you in clarity. You were supposed to be here, but you are here. That is awareness. And that awareness will make you do something to come back to that state. But imagine if you don't have that light of awareness, you are in the moha and then you feel stuck. Then there's nothing to tell you that you are actually, my dear, stuck because of this moha. You will not be able to see that moha only as your bondage. And you will get more sunk in it because you don't know that is a daldal. It's a quicksand that is slowly pulling you inside. Now you will talk and preach about, I am doing my worldly responsibilities. That is justification. A man can say that they are doing worldly responsibilities only if they are in a state of awareness. If you are not in a state of awareness and if you say in ignorance, I am doing my worldly responsibilities, gone case. Maya will suck you in. Before you know, you are in. And then you will only complain saying that I followed the path but nothing happened. No, you have not followed the path. You feel you are walking on the path. You are walking on the path only if you are in awareness. If you are conscious of what you are doing and why you are doing. If you don't even know what you are doing, where you are going, what you are doing, why you are doing, how you are doing, how would you call that a conscious being? Any non-conscious being also, like animals or anything, they just live. Animals also have their own children, they have their own attachment, they have a certain attachments, and they live, they just live. They are not in awareness, there is nothing to tell them, nothing to guide, they just live. That is a bhog sharira. सिर्फ भोगना है. Set of प्रारब्ध कर्मा, you just fulfill it and come back. They cannot decide कि मुझे ये कर्म की इससे मुक्ति पानी है. I want to get out of this. An animal cannot decide. No, this is the quota that they have to enjoy and suffer. Enjoy and suffer and leave and finish that karma. That is how they fulfill, clear off karma by living in that bhoga sharira. But they have no choice to transcend it. Only you and me, the people who are in the human body, have the choice to transcend it. What is it that gives the choice? It is awareness. Only awareness will give you the choice. Every moment if you are in awareness, every moment you are choosing right. Every moment you are choosing right. Even if you have taken a wrong step, doesn't matter. Even if ludak gaye niche, doesn't matter. Even if you have fallen down the ladder, bitten by the snake, doesn't matter. What matters is, are you aware even while falling? Because while falling also, if you are aware, you will know that, oh, I am falling because of my own consequences, because I was not careful. And when they fall with a thud, what will happen? First thing they will remember and they will say is, never again. I fell down, now let me walk ahead, but never again I will take this wrong step. Because now in their awareness, they have learned the lesson. When they say never again, the lesson is learned. That kind of experience will never come back to you again. Why do we get repeated experiences of a similar sort in life? It is because we have not learned the lesson. Who's there to judge all this? Nature does it. Prakriti does it. It's an automated system of the cosmos. The cosmic intelligence works through everything. You are moving actually in an automated space. All you need to navigate is the torch. You need light. That torch, that light is awareness. Even if you go on the wrong track, you can still come back to the right track only through awareness. Because first the awareness will make you aware that you are going on the wrong track. Imagine if there is no awareness, you are walking on the right track and you will feel you are walking on the right track. And you are going in somewhere, wrong decision. That is why people who say, I have done everything but nothing happens. I have walked the path, I have told everything, I have followed the teachings. What are the teachings? That live your life 100% worldly, 100% spiritually. So it is not a teaching, it's an excuse telling that, oh, I was just living my 100% worldly life. But my dear, the teaching also says 100% worldly life, 100% spiritual life. Where is the other 100%? Oh, I didn't get that. Many people who are in the comfort of saying, I am doing my worldly responsibilities. I have seen so many of very close people only I am with. I don't go at all or interfere in their life. But they tell me their problem and they tell me the justification also. They will tell, bhai, ye aise se hua, these things happened and now I am stuck in this kind of a problem. Kya samajh mein nahi aa raha, Then I tell them, Arey bhai, you are stuck in that particular thing. If they ask me, I tell them, you're stuck. Immediately they justify, no. Our Guru has told 100% worldly, 100% spiritual. I ask them, where is the spiritual part, bhai, that you are boasting about? For a moment they are jolted. They don't know what to say. Why? Why do you need somebody else's awareness to tell you, show you where you are? Why can't you ignite it from within and allow that awareness to guide you? Why do you need to ask a third person, where am I stuck? Why am I stuck? If you need to know why are you stuck, where are you stuck, just ignite your awareness. Your awareness will tell you the truth of what you did, whether you are really walking or really not walking, the mistakes that you do. There you must have the courage, because only a person in awareness will have the courage to make the changes. An ignorant person will push away that because they don't want to change. They feel this is more comfortable, more secure. This is the way I am. Let me be like this. Are you getting it? So that is why many people stay stuck. It is actually beautiful transcending the worldly karmas. It's very beautiful transcending the worldly karmas. But please do it with a pinch of awareness and see that you will be able to transcend. Like the jackfruit that I told you. You will put oil and function, take out all the fruits and even relish the fruits, but remain unattached from it. Welcome, Hetalji. It's not that it doesn't work, it works. Because so many of you guys write to me. After this awareness, so many things have happened. After listening to this session, so many things have happened. It is not the session, it is your activation of that awareness. Maybe the sessions are trying to activate that and it has done it, but you have chosen. What I am trying to tell you is, it is not the external factor. Maybe you saw it, but you have taken the free will conscious decision to make that change. You have said that now I will live in conscious awareness, constantly watching my own self, my every step. That is my guide. That is my God. That is my Guru. What is it then when we say my Guru is guiding me from within? My Guru is within. You establish Guru in your Agya Chakra. What is Agya Chakra? What is this? See this. This is the Guru Chakra. And what does this functionality of this chakra? It is based with your intuitions, my dear. This is the third eye. Third eye means what? Clarity in everything. Discrimination. Your Viveka is here. Your Buddhi is here. It is discriminating and guiding you through the ocean of samsara. What? This torchlight. Why do you put the torchlight here in the minds when they go? This is that Prakasha. What is this? The Guru Tattva. The Guru within. When it is activated, that turns into that precious, powerful, divine awareness. That is the state of Yogasthur Karmani. That becomes your torch. That has the guts to tell you the truth without bothering whether you like it or not like it. Yesterday I was watching a Marathi film. I don't know what it was. Forgot that. In that, this guy has done something wrong and he's justifying himself that he's right. He's done some mischief in the mind, and the mind, the mind is telling him it's all fine, and somebody is telling him you did this. He's telling no, that person, he's trying to push it out and he's trying to behave and feel as though he has done good. He succeeds in doing that and he comes home and he's looking at the cupboard which has a mirror, and somebody is laughing from that mirror. He looks into that, it's his own reflection. He's seeing his own reflection, but that reflection may here he's standing still, but that reflection is laughing loudly. So he's looking, why is this guy laughing? And this is me only. And that guy says, you're fooling me? You're trying to fool me? You can't fool me, he says. He says, no, I'm not fooling myself, I'm this and all that. And he laughs again. You fool yourself, he says, but you can't fool me. And he laughs and laughs and laughs, and this guy gets irritated and takes something and smashes the mirror. He said, no, because the ego. This is denoting the ego. The ego does not want to. Who's in the mirror? The awareness. The Viveka is telling. The consciousness is telling. The conscious being, the real truthful being is from within is telling, no, you have done a wrong thing. And the ego here can't take it. The ego is telling you go away from here, but the awareness is not leaving. See how powerful it is. The conscience is not leaving. And what the ego does, it shatters. And when it shatters, what happens is he sees it drops down into hundreds of pieces, and in every 100 piece that reflection is laughing. So beautiful. And he's like, oh, I'll go mad. This is what awareness does to you. It doesn't leave you. Your conscience will never leave you. Your conscience will tell you what is the truth. But that awareness will make you aware of that conscience. So all the, oh my God, I'm going mad. Many people say, I'm going mad. I think I'm going mad. I'm going off my mind. My mind is not working. I'm feeling confused. Soon I'll go crazy. What is this crazy? This is the mind caught on to the ego. The ego is functioning through the mind and making you feel superior and correct all the time without telling you that you have a possibility of making errors. You can make changes. The ego will never allow that. So it will try to bend everything. So like this boy is looking at that mirror, it will smash the mirror. So the one who does not accept the facts will smash everything around them except themselves. But the consciousness will be laughing all the time from within. You have done something wrong. And that consciousness will not allow you to be at peace. Because something within you will tell, golmaal hai, kuch to gadbad kiya tumne. So night no sleep, day no sleep, no proper, settling down anywhere. All the time the mind is playing games. This is the power of awareness. Meditation develops awareness, but meditation is not awareness. Somebody was saying, is meditation and awareness? No, they're not the same. Meditation is not awareness. Meditation may enhance awareness because in a meditative state, you are focused, you leave everything and then you go into that state so that awareness which is already there within you becomes more refined. You are able to enter into awareness through meditation and enter into a state of higher awareness. There are very high states of awareness inside. This high states of awareness will reveal to you more things, more mysteries than your limited life. If you want to just study your limited life and you're happy with what is happening in your life and what you want to know just about here and there, awareness will do that. It will guide you and all that stuff. But if you want to go beyond the limited self, beyond this body, beyond this lifetime, anything beyond, you need higher awareness. Through that gross awareness, you enter into states where you can deepen your experience through meditation or whatever and reach that state of higher awareness. In that higher awareness, अगर हमको फुर्सत मिले, all these stories, Gurudev always said, drop the stories and you will be realized. What is preventing you from self-realizing is all the stories. Stories mean dual world. Your past stories, present stories, future stories, stories and this happened, that happened, all that. Agar fursat mile, if you get the time from all these stories and enter into that chamber, that sacred space of higher awareness, then there are more beautiful stories than this and more real stories than these false stories. The mysteries of the universe, the mysteries of the mind, the mysteries of who you are, where you are going, what happens. All that is in the state of non-duality, in the state of higher awareness. But you cannot reach that state until you finish these worldly dramas. These things that pull you down all the time. Why are we not able to enter into that state of higher awareness? Because we have kept ourselves busy and stuck in all our 5 fingers are in the 5 kleshas. Kama, krodha, lobha, moha, ahankar. In this, it is all the time rotating in this only. Fursat nahi hai. So that is why I said, it is all your seeking. What is your seeking? What is it that you want? Higher awareness, then you got to let go of this. As simple as that. Or you got to deal with this and finish off this very easily. I am taking now sessions on how to deal and finish these worldly stuff in proper light. That's very important. Because one big excuse that comes always is, oh no, there are so many responsibilities that I got to deal with. So many things to do. And if you see, are these really responsibilities that your soul has chosen? You'll see no. 50% of it is your responsibility why you have taken birth, but the rest of the 50% is coming from your vasanas, your tendencies. There are some tendencies within us which creates new desires. It wants to experience this. It is a part of your soul game. No, it's not. Awareness will show you. It is not in your this lifetime all those experiences, but you have chosen it because of your desires and vasanas. And you now think this also is a part of my soul agenda. No, it is not. 50%, close to 50% is what is your soul desires, what you got to focus on. Other 50% you are built around. Why? Detours. Unthoughtfulness, unmindfulness, no awareness. In ignorance, many decisions, many things chosen, taken, time pass, you got stuck in that has multiplied, it has gone there. So half of it is all created, new karmas actually created in this lifetime. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The first step in spirituality to transcend karmas, to finish karmas, the most common sense step is to stop further karmas, my dear. If you don't stop further creation of karmas and you keep on adding and then you foolishly again keep on clearing, doesn't make any sense. You are back to the same square one. Awareness will tell you of this nonsense game. It will tell you, what are you doing? Oh, I'm doing this. No, you're not doing that. You're thinking you're doing that. This is what you're supposed to do. Oh, this. That's awareness. If you are in a state of awareness connected, then you will say, oh yeah, that's right. Now I must make the changes. I must make the changes. Good for you. If you are not anymore in that state of awareness, again you lose contact, then you fall again into the justification saying that no, why I should be doing this thing, why this is important, why this is linked to my this life, why without this I cannot transcend, all that things will come, again you are gone in that. If you look closely, deeper into your inner self, you will see that it is just a bahana, it is just a tactic played by this mind because it wants to be stuck in that. Now it is just giving an excuse. And I want to be in that. Let me enjoy here. There is a story, beautiful story I heard once from my Gurudev. There was a man, an old man who was dying. And he had a lot of this attachment towards his children and the wealth and property and all that. So he was almost dying now. And the children also were very attached to him, to the father. And then he leaves the body. And he leaves the body because of his attachment, so much attachment to his my children, moha, a strong strength. The soul is not able to even navigate further. It is hovering there only. After death also it's seeing my body is gone, everything, but more than body, it's like my children, my children, my children. All the time connected with the children. So nothing else it wants. So now it is searching for something where I should come into the children. Now all the children are very small. It doesn't want to waste time now. Usually what happens is the soul goes to the Pitruloka. When some attachment is there, it goes to the Pitruloka and it waits there. When can I return to this family again? Some way, because I'm so attached to these people. And wherever it is attached, it will wait in the Pitruloka for an opportunity to get born again in the same family. It might come as the son, daughter, or grandson, granddaughter, or great grandson, great granddaughter. But in the lineage, in that family only it will come. And when it comes, it will fulfill all that vasanas again of attachment. This is how the ignorant getting stuck. So this soul was in urgency to get connected back to the family, loved ones, attachment. So it leaves the body and it has no patience. Pitraloka, you cannot wait because all these children are very small. They have to grow, then they have to produce. No, I cannot wait. So it sees what is a way I can be very close? Then it sees in front of the house there is a pig that is pregnant and is giving birth. He says the fastest way now I can come and reach my family members is through this pig. It enters the womb of that pig and becomes born as a piglet. Now when it is born, it is fully aware of this. So one day, the piglet, as it is growing, it is coming always close to this house and is playing around there. And now the little children are very fond of this piglet. It is different from the other piglets. All other piglets are minding their own business. But this piglet is more often running around the house. Why? Because the father is that. Attachment. This is what moha can do. Very, very, very very catchy this thing is. And the children are so attached. And children also develop an affinity. Why? The law of karma. It is their own father. They also had attachment. The father also had attachment. Now they are loving the pig. They are taking care of the pig. They are feeding the pig. Everything. And once the pig grows up, it becomes a big pig. Now it is fully happy in the company of its children. All the time. My children. That's all that the soul can think. It is experiencing that vasana of being moha. It knows of nothing else. It is in bliss. For it, it is bliss. And then a yogi is passing by. One day the yogi spots this pig and the yogi sees very clearly that this is not really a pig, but it is the soul of the father that is there in the pig. And this yogi, these children who have little more grown up, they call the yogi, a saint has come, they call the saint in the house, they do the pujan and all that, they worship him. And the yogi is very happy with their good seva, service. So he says, my dear ones, I should tell you something. That pig that you're playing with is no one else but your father. They're all shocked. And then the yogi gives a lot of examples of their father and their bonding, and they believe. Now they believe, oh, how can the yogi know this? Only we know this. And saying this, the yogi leaves. So the children now say, Yogi Maharaj, thank you for opening our eyes to this, and we now know that this is our father. But we can't see him in that state of a pig. He says, the yogi says, you and your father have right to experience this kind of an experience because your father was born as that. Now you guys decide what you want to do. It's your life, it's your decision. So it's your prarabdha, you're enjoying it. Go ahead with it. But in case you need anything of my help, I am in my ashram, please come and visit. Decision is yours. I will not interfere into your free will. And he goes. So now the children are very happy to know that the father is here, but they are sad to see the father. When they look at the father is jumping into the gutter and swimming and enjoying, and it's eating all the dirt there. You can imagine what pigs do. It's enjoying. The children now are in tears. They cannot bear to see their father in this. See what attachment can again do. Moha. The pig is enjoying, but the children are suffering. The results of moha. And the pig is feeling it is enjoying, but it is suffering a very lowly birth in a pig life. It is living the pig life where it should have been living such a higher awareness life. It should have transcended everything, but it is enjoying that piggy journey and it is feeling this is it. So externally it is feeling happy, but internally it is in a downgraded state. The children are feeling elevated, at the same time feeling very pathetic and miserable. And now they say, let us now pray for the liberation of our father. We will liberate him. They go and talk to the pig and say, dear father, you are not this pig. You are our father who took care of us, who was so nice person. But why are you born in this gutter? What are you playing in this gutter for? The pig also has tears in the eyes because moha. Yeah, I was supposed to be with you all. I don't know how I landed up here. The pig says. Now it feels the pain of separation. So the children decide, now let us go to the ashram and let us pray, let us do some ritual, something to get this thing liberated, my father liberated. And they say, you don't worry, father. Tomorrow we are going to the ashram and we will do something or the other for you. Don't worry. And they leave their father and they go and prepare for the next day to go. Ashram is a little far. The whole family is getting ready. Meanwhile, the pig returns back to the gutter and the other piglets are there. It's enjoying even in the the sexual acts there, because pigs are that. It has all the lower tendencies. It will eat, it will do all kind of disgust and live in that, procreate in that, and it will produce and it will go on. That's the life of pigs. It goes back. The father goes back. Because why? The bhoga sharir of the pig is that it has got all these tendencies more powerful than the human emotion. So now the pig emotion has taken over this human body also, this human person also, this human soul. And he goes and he's having a nice bath in that dirty, stinky gutter. And the next morning, everybody is seeing that and they're feeling so much pain. Oh, look at our father. He should have been swimming here in our beautiful swimming pool, and what is he? Swimming in the gutter. And he says, they all say, Papa, we are going to come back now. Don't worry, everything will be fine. And the pig shouts from there and he says, my child, come here. The children run. And the pig says, can I pray for something to you? He says, what? If you are really my children, do not go to the ashram, please. They are shocked. They say, why? They say, no. Let me be here. They say, Dad, you are in a dirty place. You are in a pig's body. Who told you all that? I am enjoying my life here. Life is wonderful. Look at this. I have plenty to eat. I have all sorts of entertainment here. I am fully content here. The children say, no, you can't do that. They say, no. Please leave me alone. I am happy here. Let me be here. They do everything to try to convince, but he shoos them away. Say, until my death, I'll be here only. I am happy here. So this story is pointing towards attachment and the results, the consequences of that attachment. Now it took birth to come and be in touch with the family, but in that case it paid a price because there was something more that pulled it downward again, still more downward. What? That comfort, which a pig only can realize. You and me won't say, what? But no, ask a pig. A pig is in full entertainment there, fully happy. You look at a pig, they are very content. Ignorant content, which it feels is paradise. For the pig it is paradise, but in reality it is not. This is the power of that Maya. It can go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. It can take you to levels which you can't imagine and make you feel so strongly connected to that अच्छे से अच्छे also will never परख भी नहीं पाएगा कि this is not the truth. This is how the whole cosmos functions. This is why it is said, be very careful, be very aware. Be very conscious of your path. The snake and ladder game this is. Seedha adogati from top to down. From a manushya yoni to a suvar yoni. Adogati. Whereas, as a manushya yoni, you are entitled to sadgati. Adogati ni. What took that person down? Lack of awareness. It's not lack of spirituality. It's not lack of religion. That person, that human being who in that house was living was a religious person. Puja part, everything used to be there. You can call even a meditator, meditating, all that, everything was there. What made the downfall? Attachment. One of the klesha caught it very strong. Moha caught it and binded it to that. Now what made that moha so strong and come up? Lack of awareness. If the awareness was there, the moment moha is rising inside, it will tell you, you are in moha, you are in attachment, warning zone. It will take you nowhere. So you become alert. You say, oh yeah. Then you balance your life. It's not that you discard that and you say, no more children, no more worldly life, I am taking sannyas. No, that's madness. That's not the truth. Because that moha only will pull you back again. If you are taking sannyas by force, even sitting in a cave or a forest or a hilltop, you will be sitting there, your body will be there, but your mind and soul will be connected here. And still, whatever they are suffering, you will suffer there also, even if you are far away from them, because the mind has not detached yet. It has still to learn detachment. It is still to purify itself. That is why the saints and the mystics say, be in the world and do your sadhana. Purify while being in the world. Purify while doing your job, while doing your worldly. See, there is a small thing that I would like to highlight here, but very powerful, very this. If I ask you, what is spirituality? You might say, being in the world, but aware of the higher consciousness. Is this right? What we are learning from here now? Being in the world, taking care of all my responsibilities, but remaining connected. So I am taking care of my responsibilities, but I am connected. You might say it's correct. Even I was talking the same. But I will say, still in higher awareness, there is a small fault in that also. Just the language of, just see the language, the sentence. I am just twisting the sentence. Is this right when you say, I am in the world, but connected to my source? I am living my soul agenda. I am doing my spiritual duties. Everything is there. I am working for my family. I am working for the world. I am finishing my worldly responsibilities, but I am also doing my meditation and spiritual practice. Is this right? You might say it is right. I am not changing it, twisting it. I am saying there is a flaw there. I am saying, first what came to you? You said, I am doing my worldly responsibilities and I am doing my spiritual practice also. I am twisting it and now saying, I am doing my spiritual practice, but I am also taking care of my worldly responsibilities. You might say, what is the big catch in that? Yeah, there is the priority. In first, the priority is, let me do this as a priority, let this take a back seat. Small catch, but powerful. Functions are same, both functions are same, but what has happened? Now you have changed the thing and you have said, I will do my spiritual practices. My aim is towards self-realization or towards mukti, but I will also handle the worldly responsibilities. What has become the priority? The priority, this has become your priority. Now you are working. Now that means, what comes first? Will you open the jackfruit first and put your hand in that, and then after putting your hand, will you put the oil? Or will you put the oil first and then put your hand into the jackfruit? Same thing here. First thing, if you say, let me be doing in my worldly responsibilities and then let me do my spell. It's like, let me enter into the jackfruit and soil my hands and then apply oil. Not going to work much. Much kya, kuch bhi nahi. But if you say, I am going to do my spiritual practice, I am remembering my highest goal, but at the same time, that means I have already applied oil here now. But at the same time, I am doing my worldly response. Then you enter into the jackfruit. Isn't that beautiful? See, this also higher awareness shows. You can see how powerful it is. It will discriminate even the minutest, most microscopic things also and show you. And that is where the thing lies. Most of the time we avoid all these things. The microscopic we are not bothered. But you don't know how precious the awareness can be. Your viveka, your awakened viveka can be so precious. Because see, it is the same thing. You do it this way, you might think it is the same. But see the cost that you pay. See, the consequences are totally different. The consequences of the first act is different. Consequences of the second act is different. Totally different. Results are different. Are you seeing this? This is what awareness will show you. Every step that you take, everything that you're doing, it will show you in clarity. Though you might feel justified. Now, justified person will say, no, I am doing my worldly responsibilities. Sadhana bhi to kar raha hu. Where is your priority? Where is your prime focus on? It is on the worldly responsibilities. I'm telling you, if you get into the worldly responsibilities without making this your prime, you will get stuck everywhere. Your sticky things will get fully, it will pull you into that, and then you get so fed up with all the things. Then you think about that spirituality, and by the time you're so stuck in this, you can't come out of it. Then you say connection nahi ho pa raha. Then you say every day I'm doing my sadhana, every day I'm following the teaching, but this, it is all there, but it is all taken a back seat. Priority mein nahi hai, piche. It is like, first let me handle this, time mila to wo karunga. Be honest and think about it and see. Do we not first from morning to evening think about the world first, and then according to our times, agar bache kuche, then we put the rest of the time to our spiritual evolution. Think about it. I'm not talking about those who have fixed their time and then they say, no, we do our sadhana first. We get up in the morning, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, we begin our sadhana first. So that is our priority. No, I don't mean that. That you're doing because somebody has told you this is the norm. Spirituality mein subah utna hai, Brahma Muhurat mein ye karna hai, wo karna hai. Yeah, the master has told do this in the morning and all that. So out of that fear or that belief system you're doing it. But under your priority is still world first, that's second. How you'll know? Because if you're sitting in that state, in the morning also when you're sitting for sadhana, the worldly things will be there in your mind first. बैठने के लिए body बैठा है शरीर. But in your mind, the whole world is. Why? The priority inside is that first and this second. So I'm seeing it. Outside, how much we fool ourselves. The mirror will laugh at us. Say, what foolish thing are you doing? Wake up. That's not right. My ego will say, no, I'm right. I'm doing it according to my dharma. I'm doing it according to my religion. I'm following all the teachings. The mirror will laugh, no. Just like I said this, one particular thing, I might still justify it, and it looks so beautiful. It looks so correct that I'm doing my worldly things, but I'm doing that also. But nobody is there to point out, nobody is there to tell you, because if you tell me, I cannot see it, what is inside you. Nor even the ego can see within you. What can see is only awareness, and that will point out, no, not right. This is that Guru Shakti. This is the Chaitana of the Guru. When you say the Guru Tattva, the Guru is alive within me. This is that inner Guru that shows you the right way at the right time. I told you, the Guru Tattva is here. So is the intuition is here. This is the seat of intuition. This is your third eye, with which only if your third eye is open, you can see these facts. Third eye and the Guru Chakra is one, meaning it's the same thing. Only when your Guru Chakra is open, your third eye is open. Only when your third eye is open, your awareness is open. Your awareness and the third eye is one and the same. It's not different. Being open to awareness is opening your third eye. As simple as that. They say they link the third eye with a lot of other things. See, again I'm telling you. See the catch. Very minutely you can see the catch. Catch of the worldly spiritual trends. They say you open your third eye. Everywhere you Google it and see, everybody is behind the third eye. Why? Why, tell me? 99.9% of all the people who are searching for third eye, or all who are practicing third eye, or all who are teaching third eye, what are they doing? Why are they doing the third eye opening? Think about it and see. If you are lured by the term third eye, I never speak about third eye purposely. Awareness and third eye is one and the same. Opening your third eye is as good as being aware, fully opened up and aware. Your higher awareness can come only and only if your third eye is open, otherwise it's impossible. But I never speak about it. Why? Because the catch there with the third eye, you Google and see, the whole world is running behind powers. The whole world is running behind what can I see? The intuitive powers. It's a power. Oh, I have this power of intuition. I can see something in the future. I can see something happening there, something that is distant. Or I can read somebody's mind, somebody's life, poke my nose into here and there, everywhere. I am able to do that. Why? Because of this nonsense thing that has activated within me. Now I am able to do all the nonsense. World doesn't bother about nonsense because their mirrors are not yet laughing. It's ego dominated. It's more towards siddhis and more towards powers. That which you do in this format will always take you towards something of that quality which is lower. It will never take you to the higher goals. Because even if you receive or open your third eye, it will again be for the lowly, worldly desires. It will never be for the higher desires. I'm telling you, all those who are searching for, trying to activate their third eye, you see there are so many groups. All the time they're trying to activate their third eye. Why? What for? Do you think it's for self-realization? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The purpose is never, they are never motivated to open the third eye for self-realization or liberation. Because those who are moving towards liberation and self-realization will know that you move towards that, this will open automatically. You don't have to worry. You don't have to open your third eye for self-realization. It is when you move towards self-realization, the third eye automatically opens, whether you like it or not. This is why Gurudev used to say, never run behind siddhis. The sadhak just walks towards the highest goal of human life, and when you do that, the siddhis will follow you. You don't go behind the siddhis. Because siddhis are not required for you to elevate upward. Siddhis are always done with the greed of something that is lower or that proportion, that frequency. It is never for higher. Nobody tries to achieve siddhi to achieve liberation. You see. You see all the true seekers of liberation, they are not bothered about all these things. Who is bothered? The one who feels that they can play around a little more. What is playing around? Oh, what? I am moving now on the spiritual path. Now my journey is going towards self-realization, or it's going towards mukti. Suddenly, my eye opens up, or somebody talks about third eye, and then I get lured about, oh yes, third eye opens, what will happen? This will happen, that will happen. Now what is happening? Now my mind is preparing for a detour. Instead of going there, now mind is luring here and there. Now it's saying, if I have this third eye open, I can do this, I can do that. Perhaps I can do this in a better way. What? Do what? All the lowly stuff only. All this worldly Maya, in the Maya Jagat only. Though you are taking detours now. So it has opened now in the third detours. This is what you call a separation from the highest goal. You know, the Pardeshwara. What is Para? Para is Mercury. Mercury is the symbolized form of the semen of Shiva. It's the sperm of Shiva, if you see that way. That's a tattva. It's a drop of semen, of drop of mercury. Every drop of mercury has the potent power of becoming Shiva, as simple as that, because it is a form of Shiva, it is a variant of Shiva. But a sperm means it is a little more lower, procreation. Lower means it has got impurities. When something takes a form, when the Shiva consciousness is pure, it's completely pure, but when it takes form, it has to have something gross. Gross means some impurities. And the more grosser it comes down, the more the impurities. When you have too much of grossness means too much of impurities. So, what has solidified from that nothingness into what you see as a metal called para, mercury, is that gross form of that formless. That means the gross form has impurities. That is why the mercury has 9 poisons. It has got 9 poisons. Navapashayana. Navapashayan, the 9 deadly poisons. Purification of the 9 deadly poisons, Navapashayan. So when you purify the mercury, when you are actually purifying the mercury, what is happening is, you are burning off, you are dissolving, or you are removing all the 9 impurities. When you remove the 9 impurities, what happens? It becomes a pure Shiva. That is the science of Pardeshwara. Science of the para. How you can make para Shiva. The science of making para with 9 deadly poisons into Shiva with no poisons and pure divinity is the science of this alchemy. Nine deadly poisons you and me also have. The 9 deadly sins, you Google and see, you will find all the 9 deadly sins. Until these impurities are taken off, you and me cannot become Shiva. If you and me have to become Shiva, the 9 deadly poisons have to be removed from us. The law of microcosm and macrocosm, it's all holographic image. So everything that is produced here, everything has these 9 poisons. Until it is cleared off from the 9 poisons, the human bodies, it cannot become Shiva. We do sadhanas, we do all the spiritual practice. Why? To remove these 9 deadly poisons, which include the kleshas that we are talking about. When we do tapascharya, these 9 deadly poisons are purified little by little. The day it is completely purified, it is I am Shiva. That's self-realization. You're liberated there. So the whole journey is like a para. Now, the rishis gave us the science of alchemy. Rishi Bhogarnathji in Palani, he brought this science out of the Navapashayan. And the Parasvidya began from there. He shared it. It is nothing but taking a tattva from nature, that mercury, and now, as a state of duality, you, the worshipper, and this, the object of being worshipped as a Shiva, you are looking at that with devotion and you are purifying this mercury to make a Shiva active. That means the sperm, the seed of Shiva, you are now converting into a real Shiva. And the science of alchemy is that you can do it only when you are in oneness with this, in total awareness, in total consciousness of what you are doing. Only a conscious being can purify it. You cannot externally just do it. The people who externally do it without bhav bhakti, without seeing the Shiva Tattva in it, they will naturally do this for some lower gains. That is why out of mercury, gold also is made. Many go wrongly into that. They try to purify this mercury so that they can get gold. I'm saying it. The same science. Intentions changed. Why the intentions changed? They are not connected with it. They have nothing to do with the Shiva Tattva. They have no oneness with it. They are just using the science the secret that they decoded somewhere. This is why they say, if the secrets are revealed to a wrong person, it can create havoc. So the same secret, if it is got to a person who is ignorant, they will create something else out of it. Whereas the purpose of para is actually not to make gold out of it, it is to make Shiva out of it. So awakened person will sit and merge with it and do the parasvidya, do the cleansing of the para. Now according to the science, the 9 poisons is here, 9 poisons is here. But when you are merged, it's like both are merged together. There's no difference between this metal object of worship and the worshipper. And they are doing this with full bhav bhakti, that intention. So what happens is, when you are clearing the purification of the para, as the 9 poisons are getting dissolved, the 9 poisons within the person connected with also gets dissolved, because they are one now. That is the deep science. That is why the alchemy was done. It was a part of the purification of their own self. Pure self they want to purify, so they are using an object of worship and purifying their own self. I'm not talking about devotion. People more or less look at it only from angle of devotion. I am talking devotion plus the science of the actual working of how it works. Devotion is the essence that you need for this to be done properly. And so as the poisons dissolve here, the poisons of this person who is doing it also gets cleared. That is why it is said, if you are doing the paras vidya in a proper sense, you are dissolving your karmas also. उसका शुद्धिकरण के साथ साथ आपका भी शुद्धिकरण होता है. So when you are doing tapas with it and you are dissolving something, the para also is affected. This is my personal experience. Somebody had gifted me a para and it had a lot of soot coming out all the time. Usually we don't take para as gifts and all that. But that day I took it because it was from a person whom I could sense it's okay. Why it is said that don't take somebody's para? Gurudev is to warn, do not gift it to somebody or do not take it as a gift, is because of this. Because the person who is doing that has merged with their karmas with that. So if the para is not fully purified, the impurities of this person, the karmic substance is still there in this. If this is given as a gift to you and you do worship on it, you get connected with it. You are connecting with that karmic impurities which is there in there. This is the secret. Why you should not gift or take a gift. Anyways, in my case, I could ascertain when I was getting this para, Pardeshwara, it was purified, it was solidified, because mercury is a liquid and it cannot freeze and become solid, it cannot be solidified in normal temperature. Mercury cannot stand as a solid in this temperature. So if you are seeing actually mercury, the Pardeshwara standing as a solid, it is a miracle. Because it is defying the laws of nature. Now what is happening is, they are changing the atomic configuration while they are doing that. See the power of alchemy. It is solidifying mercury at this room temperature, which is impossible for even science to do. Are you getting it? That's one of the biggest miracle of mercury in the solid form. So anyways, that I got that gift and I fell in love with it when I saw it. Usually it's that tattva, it is that Shiva tattva, and it is a Jagrit, with less of impurities or no impurities, it's Jagrit. So Jagrit Shivlinga, Jagrit Pardeshwara is as good as Shiva. So something in me was luring that towards that. It was not fully purified, but something I knew it's much more powerful than me. my state of purity or impurity. So I took that with me. I kept it all the time with me. I think today only I posted that. Today or yesterday, I think on my Jacob Shivanand profile, I posted that Pardeshwara photo because I kept it in my office, in the ashram office. That Pardeshwara would always be there because it was in my room here, there. I said, no, let it be all the time. And I am most of the time in my office, in the ashram. Less time in my home. So I wanted to be with the Pardeshwara or be in the vicinity of that Pardeshwara. So I installed the Pardeshwara. I installed him on my desk in the corner. Along with my Guru Chitra and Guru Mandalas, everything was there only, and I used to work the whole day. So I was connected all the time. I used to look at it all the time. And whenever I had free time in the lunch breaks or when everybody went out in the evening 6 o'clock, after that I was sitting alone there and I was doing my sadhana with that, sitting on the same chair. So that was a source of connectivity all the time with me. But I could see all the time there was a lot of dirt coming out, impurities, the black soot coming out. So it is said that that is the impurities. Whenever it is releasing all that black soot, which can be wiped. When you wipe, it becomes clean again. So it is all the time releasing. That is the impurity. That means it is not fully purified. But I saw a very strange connection, which I have shared once before. The connection was that whenever I used to do my sadhana with that, on that particular time, the soot used to just come out. Either immediately or after some time or by next morning I go back to my home, and next morning when I come back it is like full dark, black. Then I take the tissue paper, nice, I've kept tissue, I used to keep the tissue papers and then wipe it clean. But if I leave it alone, if I am busy, if I don't get time with it, I used to see that it is shining, silver. No change in it. So only when I am giving it attention, that thing is happening. So this was a clear indication to me, very vivid, that is actually the process of purification is happening when I am connected to it, when I am putting on it. Little in doubt, but it proved completely later when once I was not in the office. I had come home down here to Belgaum for a leave. And that was still in my office. So I was managing the office actually on the CCTV and online during those days. So I could see my team all the time, they're working and all those things. So I would kept a watch. But I was looking at the table thing also. I had told everybody do not touch it. I had shown the entire team the wonders of that. Because what used to happen is, sometimes after good sadhana, it used to turn gold. Full golden it used to become. And it too, 1 or 2 days it used to remain full golden until you don't give attention to it. Then slowly it used to go back to its silvery look. And usually I used to see, after doing sadhana, it used to be, the silver thing used to get covered with black. So when you wipe it, it turns golden. I demonstrated this even to the team, because the team were non-sadhaks. They used to not believe in these things. So I explained to them the science of this Parasvidya. I told this is what actually happens there. They were shocked to see it. Because I used to tell them, now see, by tomorrow it might happen. And in the morning they used to see it. They were shocked. Pure gold it used to look. So once when I came down here, I had forgotten about it. 2 days I was at home and I was doing my sadhana, and then suddenly in my sadhana I remembered the Pardeshwara. I said, oh my God, it has been so many days. And there was a lady whom I had told there to keep a watch on it, to keep cleaning dust and all that. Only one lady, nobody else was allowed to touch it. She was Nischintaji. So I told Nischintaji, please do that, only you, nobody else. And she used to do that sometimes. So that thing remained for some time. Then suddenly I remembered in my sadhana. And that day was an intense sadhana that I was doing here. Very intense, and a lot of release I could feel that happening. And simultaneously I remembered the path which I gave a call to her, Nishintaji. I said, have you seen the Pardesh? She said, okay, that's silvery only. I have not bothered it much because it's in that looking neat only. I said, no, can you now go and look at it? She said, she was outside. She said, I'll do. What happened? Said, I think there must be some soot on it. Please clean it. She said, no, it's otherwise clean. I said, please look. She kept the phone. She went inside. Later she called me and she told, it had soot. Because I was doing kilometers apart here sadhana, but the Pardeshwar was reacting there. The connectivity, that cannot be broken. This gave me a very clear-cut indication of the powers of your connection with that Tattva. How beautifully it works. And she was also surprised. And one day, I saw this golden silver happening. One day, Gurudev was sitting. I slowly asked him, because otherwise we don't ask him all these things. I said, Babaji, that I have that Pardeshwara, which is there on my desk all the time. That is turning gold. What is it? He was doing some work. And as usual, he didn't care of what I asked. But I knew he heard it. He didn't talk about it. I thought he did not hear. Once more I said, Babaji, what is the Pardeshwara? He seemed busy. He was actually neglecting it. So I didn't say anything. I didn't want to. I came to know that he doesn't want to answer that. So I kept quiet. After that 1 or 2 days, we were in some other shoot. We were doing a shoot in the studio only, there only in ashram. I don't remember exactly where was it. And suddenly out of the gold, out of the blue, he just said, इन सब चीज़ों पे ध्यान मत दो. He was talking about that goldness. He didn't specifically tell me, Tumhara Pardeshwar, this. He always talks in Hawa mein. You got to catch it. So he just said, इन सब चीज़ों को ध्यान मत दो. I was like, I could relate with what he's talking about. And he said, when you want Shiva, focus on Shiva. When you are moving towards the Shiva Tattva, you will at a stage, at a certain point, be lured by many other things that will come to you in the form of greed. Be very careful, he said. He was talking about siddhis. And he said, siddhis become the obstacle of the marga. If your focus moves from Shiva Tattva towards siddhi, you will get diverted. And he said, gold is made by many people in alchemy who have forgotten Shiva. They have gone towards siddhi. So he said, you are moving towards Shiva Tattva. A junction will come where it will separate and become two marga. The Pardeshwara, the purification goes to a certain level. And after a certain level in the process, I don't want to reveal all that. Those who know Pardeshwara, the alchemy, it's fine. But I don't want to tell those processes. At a certain stage in that purification process, what happens is, the Pardeshwara starts becoming gold. There, from that point of purification of the Parasvidya, there are two routes. One is you continue purifying. The other is you continue making it gold. From here it turns, the metal starts taking a form of gold metal. So from here you take a diversion and you go towards the gold. The gold also is not a fully purified form. It is still impure. But it's a glitter. But if you continue, if you don't stop at that process in the Parasvidya, if you don't stop there and if you go on doing the purification work, then from there it will continue purifying and moving towards the Shiva Tattva. That means you are now moving towards the complete purification towards the Shiva Tattva. So I said it is that point where you have to be very careful. This is the marg of Siddhis. And this attraction, this greed, this temptation will come. And you will be standing there. Do you want Shiva or do you want Maya? That will be the point where you will have to make the decision. You want Shiva or you want Maya. Both will be granted to you. It is not that it is a sin. Nothing is a sin. It's a free will. It's a choice. You want to experience Maya, you have full right to go there. But if you go towards Maya, you will not get the Shiva Tattva. You have only one to choose. But if you choose towards the Shiva Tattva, you will get the Shiva Tattva, you will not get the Maya. He explained it very beautifully. Without any telling the story and this, he just said that and I could catch it very well. That much he said and he walked off. I'm sharing this with you. It's not just about the Parasvidya, it is about our journeys. What I'm talking today, the subject is just about that. What makes you go and take the right path? I said, Preeti ji said protecting ego. No, there is no question of ego here. Absolutely no ego. It is all about ignorance more than ego. Ego is something like you have the pride. Many people will say, oh, my Paradeshwara, it's shining, it's gold, it's purified, it's a pure form, look at it, touch it, all that's displaying the ego. Here not a soul knows about this. Just in my office corner. Just I am having a conversation with my master. On this one particular doubt that I had, why it is changing colors. And he gave the clarity on it. What is that gives the Guru also this clarity? What is it? There is some power in him that is giving him the wisdom of this clarity. That is the higher awareness. When he said that, my awareness got activated. Oh yes, I didn't see that. Why? Because I'm not in that state of higher awareness. But he could see it, what it is. Are you seeing the beauty of that higher awareness? The Viveka that will show you everything. That light that will show you. The light of that wisdom that will show you. This is not about Parasvidya. This is about human life. What I am telling you, the Parasvidya is about the human tapasvi who is doing the tapas, the yogi, this journey. This is nothing. What is this? This is the Paras. This is the Shivalinga. This is the whole form, Shivalinga. Why? This is the sperm of the Shiva, that Tattva. Forgot it? I am also the drop of that Shiva Tattva with the 9 poisons within me. I am doing tapas to make this glow. But when I am glowing this, I can get powers. I can get, I was talking about third eye. That's where this came from. I can get these powers. I can see intuitions. I can read people's mind. I can see here, there. That is the gold. Your journey is going. Sushumna se upar. You have reached till the Guru Tattva. You have reached till the third eye, and this opens up. Here the marga changes. From the pineal gland, there is a diversion. Do you want to go outside, Bahemukhi? Intuition say, do you want to go outside and go into these powers and get stuck in it? Or do you want to ignore it and continue to the Sastrara? The pineal gland is that point where I am talking about, where I asked my Gurudev, what is this colors? We just reminded, your goal is Sushumna se upar, not towards the Agya Chakra and outside. Indirectly, powerfully. So then, who are awakened, who are aware of this, will notice all this intuition. That is why I was talking about 99.9% in Google. Third eye you see, it's all about this Bhayamukhi stuff. It is what I can do. Because when you take a detour from the pineal gland, instead of going straight, you take a detour, you have all the right. You can take it out. And you take a diversion, but you have the consequences. Then you come here and you say, I can see this, I can feel this. Now with this I can create a more beautiful life for me. More beautiful life for others. So I can see what is in somebody's head, what somebody is doing, somebody is feeling. How will that accelerate my self-realization goal? How is that going to affect me? How is that going to aid me or guide me towards my highest purpose? It will not. It has nothing to do with your higher goals. It is an illusion. So if we keep on saying that, oh, this is what I am doing, and this, I have that, it is just an illusion that you are feeling that you are going to. It has nothing to do with your journey upwards. Absolutely nothing. If you go to Guruvan, Kanjangad, you'll see there are Ashtalingas. Ashtalingas have been established. Ashtalinga established by Bhagwan himself. He laid stones outside, there's a cave where Bhagwan used to sit inside, and outside there's a temple, and there is Ashtalinga. You can find it on their website or even in Google. Ashtalinga, Guruvan, if you type, you'll get it. These 8 stones of lingas, Shivlingas, was established by Bhagwan himself. And he said these represent Ashtasiddhis. So Guruvana is known as the place of Ashtasiddhi, Kanjangad, if you do not know it. Many yogis have tried, have been there, and it has been a tapas place centuries ago for many tapasvis. For some reason, Bhagwan has termed that as the place of Ashtasiddhis. Ashtasiddhis are the 8 mystical divine powers, human powers. But they are again distractions from the Shiva Tattva. Now everybody talks about Guruvan is Ashtasiddhis, and they go, they worship, they do everything, they sit around, they meditate on that Ashtasiddhi. We go there in reverence, but we never sit near the Ashtasiddhis. You might say, then Bhagwan himself has established it. There is a meaning, there is a symbolic meaning. He established it outside. The cave is there. He has established the Ashtasiddhis outside the cave. The cave is the human body. You go within the cave and sit for your meditation. That means enter within, Antarmukhi. Bahimukhi is the Siddhis. If you go outside are the Ashtasiddhis. So it's like, who comes to Guruvan? Are you moving towards that Ashtasiddhi, or are you moving towards that gufa, towards that cave? Cave, your priority then is that higher goal. You're not distracted by anything else. You don't want anything else. You're not, probably, I don't know, you must have kept that as a temptation to check whether you want Shiva or do you want the Siddhis. Both exist in that same place. And I believe there are many yogis who do tapas for it also. Nobody is denied. Nobody said that it is wrong or false. Everything is good. But it will distract you from that higher goal. That is what I am trying to tell you. You must have not known about this in Guruvan. This is there. These are all the abstract truths, subtle mysteries of these places. That is why the prime thing that Gurudev always said was intention, bhav. If your bhav is purified on that level, you will stick to that. If bhav is impure, then it can shake, anything can shake you on the journey. So again, coming back to what we were talking about, the myth of saying that, or the excuse of saying that, I am just doing my worldly responsibilities, is different from actually being stuck in it. Because those who say I am doing my worldly responsibilities are the people who complain again. saying that I'm stuck, I don't know, there's no evolution, I can't get out, I'm lost, or there is no connection. Who has chosen the lost connection? Do you think that we are walking and somebody has come and severed the connection and said that you will not have connection? Anybody has done that? No. It is we who choose. We may not directly sever the connection, but we will choose things that will take us away far from that connections. So what is it that distracts our path, our feet, away from that highest truth? It is ignorance. This is what is called avidya. Vidya is ignorance. Vidya only comes, ignorance of that vidya. Awareness is the light of that knowledge, of the divine wisdom that you have. So wisdom is not enough. This whole session, what I'm trying to tell you is, wisdom, the knowledge is not enough. We have enough knowledge of all the teachings, preachings, all the scriptures, everything. Scriptural knowledge is good for knowledge. But that knowledge has to turn into wisdom. Knowledge is for bahe work, outside work. Wisdom is for internal work. Knowledge is for having the knowledge to work in this world and to get the things done in the world. Wisdom is to navigate through that for your higher goal. The wisdom, the secrets. The secrets are all through the wisdom only. It will not come through the knowledge. Knowledge is gross. Wisdom is subtle. So the Vidya Roop of that Parashakti, there is one form. The divine form is the divine wisdom whom we revere to as Ma Saraswati. Is nothing but represents that divine wisdom. You can look at Ma Saraswati. जिस रूप में ध्याओगे उस रूप में मैं चली आऊंगी. You can look at Ma Saraswati. Give me wisdom, this bookish wisdom. It will be granted. These are the lower desire. Or you can say, I do not want knowledge. Give me the higher wisdom to navigate to that higher purpose. The same tattva. It will be granted. Tathastu. It depends on what you are seeking. The quality of seeking. What will enhance the quality of your seeking? Your awareness. Because the moment you choose something lower for you, your awareness will tell you, Kya tuch, what are you asking for this small thing? Ask for something higher. That awareness will tell you. With that same tattva, that is why you can see two people are standing in front of the same God and asking two different prayers. One is asking for worldly, one is asking for higher goals. Both are granted by that. Nobody is denied. Because it is their right. They choose to experience what they want to experience. So this is the Jnana Shakti that prevails out of that Parashakti. The Parashakti, the Shakti, the wisdom. All this wisdom, this Kriya, this action, all this is a part of the Shakti. The whole creation, the Prakriti is Shakti. जो भी चलन होता है, जो भी movement होता है, anything that is moving, the energy also is moving. Energy is Shakti. This is the form of that came out of that void, that nothingness. Shiva Tattva is the Parampurusha, who is nothingness, is just the observer. The Shiva consciousness, whom we all are trying to reach, is the Parampurusha, it's called. Or it is also referred as the Parabrahma. Shiva, as I told you, is a form of that formless. The one who is sitting with the Trishul and the Jata and the Rudraksha. That is a form of the formless. That is still not the Sadashiva. Sadashiva is the non-dual form. the state of consciousness. What you call are referred to as Shivoham. That is why Shiva is referred to as Nirguna Nirakara. Who? Not Shiva. It is the Sada Shiva. No form. You cannot identify that as the Jatadhari also. It is Sada Shiva. This is the same that is referred to as Parabrahma, the Para. Para is all that state of pure consciousness which you cannot see, subtle, no form at all. That is why Shakti is different. Parashakti is different. Shakti is what you can identify with Ma Durga, Ma Kali, Ma Saraswati, or Ma Lakshmi. These are forms that have taken forms from that energy, different forms. So you can call all these forms of Shakti. They still have grossness, some grossness. They are still not in the most highest, most divine, most powerful form. What is the most powerful form? You cannot have highest powerful form with a form. It has to be formless. So when these forms dissolve into that pure Shakti, that is called as Parashakti. Adi Shakti, what you call. The first Shakti that came out of Shiva. So Shiva is referred to as Shiva and Shakti. Normally if you talk to people, Shiva Shakti, they will refer to the male and female immediately. And they will talk about Shiva or Parvati. Yes, true. But that is a gross manifestation. There is something more powerful. That, like I say, what we are talking is all awareness. But there is something more refined, that is higher awareness. And this higher awareness only will give you this higher subtle knowledge and understanding of what is higher than that. So beyond the Shakti also, there is something that is very powerful and more potent. Beyond the Shiva also there is something, that is the Sada Shiva and the Parashakti. So in that pure consciousness where nothing was there, one spandan and the Shakti begins moving, because Shakti, movement means gross. Till then what? It was not there. The moment the spandan happens, the Shakti took form. That is called the Shakti. Are you getting it? The moment the spandan happens and the creation, the Prakriti begins creating itself. That is Shakti. But what is Parashakti then? Parashakti is that which was hidden in the Shiva till now in that void. Till now, it's like water and milk. You can't identify what is milk and what is water. They're mixed in one. Or even water se bhi higher example hai, the ghee or the butter that is there in the milk. The butter is in the milk but you can't see it. The ghee is in the milk, you can't see it. But it comes out of it after a process. What is that process? That is a spandan. So in the milk, when the spandan happens, the butter starts getting clarified. That butter which you see you call it a Shakti. You give it a form. You can call it Ma Durga or anybody. From there again, out of butter, there are so many things made. So from Ma Durga, you can see there is that mythology that says from the third eye of Ma Durga came out Kali. These are all representation, symbolic representation of how the energy again takes different manifestation forms from that Shakti. So from the butter, there are so many products that are made. Owing to what you want, what that energy, what kind of creation. If it is that form of that Shakti is creating wealth, that form is given a name called Lakshmi, goddess of wealth. If that energy is creating knowledge, that form is called as Saraswati. if that is creating more of creation and power, generation of power, that same Shakti is called as Kali. So you can see the variations are there, but they are all one. When we say it's one, many times I am sure I was very confused. I couldn't understand all this gods, goddesses, and how they're all one. They say, how can they be one, and how it is one? Gross understanding. Oh, because somebody is saying, I used to believe. Maybe the Guru says, maybe the Shastras say, maybe, but I have no first-hand experience of it. But awareness helped me get into that higher state of awareness and realize this in the first form of experience, because this is not again from the book what I'm talking. It is from that essence that you get this understanding, and there is a certain knowing in your awareness that giving this clear idea of the whole creation and how the things are happening and how it is moving. And now when you understand this, your experience is different. It is not just a belief. You are not just going with a prayer or a mantra or a bhajan or a puja, or you are not that, because that is very gross. Those forms of practice are very gross. But when you enter into awareness and you are moving into the Advaita path, you know these energies that are in the universe, and you can tap and sync with that energy that you want. Instead of going into these forms and you becoming dual, down, gross, then you becoming two, then you becoming the worshipper. Can you see? That is also possible, but that's a delayed process. The farther you go down, the farther the things are. The higher you go, the easier to tap into that. So when you're looking into self-realization, you are directly tapping into that Parashakti, you are directly tapping into that Sadashiva, the Parabrahma. This is how those forms are taken. Beautiful. Till day before yesterday, I did not know what is a Tarak Brahman. Until I read the Chidakasha Gita, something came in there, Chidakasha Gita, Tarak Brahman. That is when I learned. The Brahma is another form called the Taraka. That is also a state, but it can take a gross form. Taraka means somebody that is created to destroy the excess, the unwanted. Means the Brahma, from the Brahma, everything came out. And all this life began moving ahead. But again, the gross avidya created so much of greed and all the 5 gross negativities, very strong, that it tumbled all the balance. Like right now, if you see, we are in a tumbled state of creation. Post-COVID or Corona or whatever we call it, these are all reasons. What is Corona? It's nothing but a part of the play. It is also generated from the Parashakti only. It has taken a different form. It is out of that only. So what has come from there, don't you think it can be controlled from there? But why it is not being controlled? Because there are certain elements in this world. Everything has a free will. And everybody is operating on free will. So when it becomes more and more grosser, if people lose their awareness, they lose their touch with reality. And then they fall into avidya, the ignorance. And they begin creating negativity. This is how the whole world, the yugas move. From a state of purity to a complete state of Kali Yuga, darkness, the Yuga of darkness. Who has brought this? The people, the free wills. Collectively, when you put together, the result comes. So today's state also is just that. So it is said, when this ignorance increases to a level beyond comprehension, that can disturb the whole system, then from the Parabrahma only this came in. But to counteract that, another form has to come in from the Parabrahma. That is known as Tarak Brahma. And these are forms directly from Brahma. They are not a part of the play. They come out of the play only. They are not connected with the play, but they come separate entities. And these are called as avatars. Buddha was a Tarak Brahma. Rama was a Tarak Brahma. Jesus was a Tarak Brahma. These were all forms of that. Avatars. What you also refer to as Kalki is nothing but Tarak Brahma. It was a new term, but loved it because otherwise it's like mythology. But when you see all these things, when you understand it in the depths, then you know that, okay, this is another form of that energy. It comes. And these are all energies. This doesn't take a shape, not necessarily to take a shape. Like a disease, like a plague or this kind of Mahamari which comes, it is a Daridra Rupa of that same Shakti. It has taken on a Daridra form. Why will it take a Daridra form? It's a reflection. What you ask for, you get. जिस रूप में तुम ध्याओगे उस रूप में मैं चली आऊंगी. This is the promise of Shakti. What does it mean? दरिद्र रूप में भी ध्याओगे तो दरिद्र रूप में मैं आऊंगी. What does this mean? Means what we contemplate upon we can create. If I am contemplating negativity in my life, I will get daridra. If thousands like me are creating daridra, what will happen? Collective consciousness is creating daridra for the whole cosmos, for the whole creation. That is how Mahamaris come in. It is our own creation. And then the sufferers are who? We only suffer. We might say, no, we have not done anything wrong. We are good people. No, we are part of the whole cosmos. Our negativities also have contributed in some or the other way to that. Depending upon our contribution to that creation, we suffer the consequences of that also. The ratio is very clear. So what should be the focus of the world right now? It is not to focus more on Daridrita. It has to be focused more on the Parashakti, that form of purity. How can one go there? You cannot reach it directly. Because we are all in a state of avidya. Not everybody can immediately connect and become that. But everybody can start at a grosser level. Means, if every single human being just takes responsibility for their own life, just aims towards purifying their own life without bothering anywhere, by minding their own business, keeping full focus on only their life and not bothering what other lives around are doing, or how should I clean or purify or correct other people around me or in the world. If every single human being just goes antarmukhi instead of bahemukhi, and they start the process of purification, everything will just unwind. Sure shot. I'm sure nobody is going to listen to my nonsense here. But I'm telling you, the secret is here. It's there in the secret. What has been created can be uncreated also. But why it is difficult? 2 people, 10 people, 20 people, 200, 2000 people understanding is not going to make a much difference. Because we are 7.5 billion people. Whatever is a larger percentage, it will take. But certainly, that doesn't mean that those who are awakened also go in the flood of this. So if I am an awakened being, and if I am still contributing to causing nonsense or negativity in my life, I am indirectly contributing to that collective space, which is tomorrow me only will have to bear it in some form. Whatever I am contributing will come to me in some or the other form. So we can never say that I am not the creator of this Mahamari. We are all responsible. So to revert that, to पासा पलटने के लिए, we have to change the coin again. We have to begin now walking towards that divinity. So our prime focus should be there. Bahemukhi nahi, antarmukhi. Bahemukhi is judgment, criticism, all blaming, victimhood. Usne kiya, isne kiya. It's all outside. The fear, the insecurity, everything. When you project outside, when you look outside, it's all chaos. Attempt should be to go within. And now remember, because Mahamari is nothing but another opportunity given to mankind to shake up your ignorance and telling where you are going. Look where you have gone. You have taken a detour. And now you have reached to such a state. Either you learn by lesson, like I told you about the child who knocks and falls down. It is not that the parents were not warning the child. We were warned by our ancestors. We were warned by the saints. We were warned by the realized. We were warned by the Shastras. On and on again. We never listened. We wanted to do our own stuff until we fell, and now we are hurt. We are crying in pain. And now the parent is looking very compassionately. The parent is not suffering. It's a witness. It's observing the play of you only created it. You are undergoing it. It's witnessing. It will not intervene. It will tell you, okay, you have fallen down. Get up. Start walking now. You have fallen down enough. Don't sit there crying. It's not going to help you. Start walking. It is telling mankind, start walking. I have given you through this divine vibrations enough of wisdom to realize this. But you are not choosing it. You have the power to choose, but you are not choosing it. You want to sit down there. So there are children who fall down and cry, and they wait. They look at their parents and they cry for attention. They want their parents to pick them up for the fall that they fell, even after not listening. The parents who are attached will run and take them up because they don't want to be hurt. Because their children are hurt, they are hurt. This is attachment, gross. God isn't that way. He's watching in fun. He's smiling. He's saying, oh, somebody has fallen. But you have enough wisdom also given to you to walk. Stand up. Walk. You are not choosing it. You are not choosing it, okay. Your choice. God respects your choice there also. You say, I want to be here fallen. I want to cry victim. The whole world is bad. Everything. See, that thing hit me and I fell. My parents are not picking me up. I'm crying here so much, but nobody is loving me. Nobody is bothering me. I want to sit here and cry. Cry. That is what you want to create. It's fine. God doesn't interfere. Because that God has given enough wisdom to you to tell you that. But we want to not listen to higher awareness. We listen to the ego. And when we listen to the ego, that means we have not learned the lesson. So what we are crying is not yet enough. There is more to come. Sit crying. But if the child gets up and says, oh, I've fallen, oh my God, and it rubs, it cries, okay, no problem. After crying, then it says, okay, next time it will be alert. Now what has happened? It has learned the lesson, now it has packed it off everything and it has started walking back. The parent will happily take the child, saying, my son or my daughter, my child has learned the lesson. Good. What I could not teach, life has taught. Good. This is the awareness that you have got. Now you take correct measures. Now you don't do anything that you will fall. You will fall. Don't worry about others falling. So if every human being becomes like this child, getting up, taking responsibility, getting up and looking at their own life, just their own life, nothing else to do. Who does what, why this person is doing that, why person is, none of anybody's business. Just I am minding my own business full time. I am working on my self-purification because my mirror is telling and laughing at me every day, telling that you have so much. What Kabir Das says, बुरा जो देखने मैं चला मुझसे बुरा न कोई. I went to see who is dirty out there, polluted, and I am criticizing, judging everyone, and then I found that मुझसे बुरा न कोई. Nobody is as bad, worse than me. That means we have the kachada within, but we are searching outside. So if the whole world, they just become conscious, only become aware of this thing, this is the main. I am telling you, everything will just within a few short period of time, the Prakriti will change its balance. As simple as that. See, on an individual consciousness, as a Jivatman, as a microcosmic being, if you today rectify your life, if you take responsibilities and if you start purification, you will see that your life is changing. That is a proof that what you do manifests and creates. So if all this one put together, if everybody is collectively doing the same, imagine the tremendous effect of the change that will happen. This is the only way that the change can happen. So this is why awakening is very important. This is perhaps the play of the consciousness, that why so many people are awakening today also. There is a lot of avidya and ignorance today, but at the same time there is multiple people who are awakened, who are now taking up their cell phones, their platforms, their social medias, and the same platforms where somebody is involved in a gross world, there are some people who are making use of this platform to spread this awareness, this light of awareness. It is the same play of the same consciousness. The consciousness only is doing this and that. So we cannot see it's a doomed thing. If it is doomed, then everything should be doomed. How come in this Kichad there are lotuses blossoming up? You see, there are thousands and lakhs of people who are awakened today's state, which was not there 5 years, 10 years back. 5 years, 10 years back, the life was of comfort, but ignorance was also there. Today, life might not be so comfortable and so easy and convenient. But today, so many have awakened. See the play. That shows that something is under play. Something is going, a mega transition is happening. Something is there, some work of the cosmos is going on. We might not know exactly what, but it is evident. What will tell you? Your higher awareness, if you go into that and peep, you will see this very clear. That's happening. Very clear, you can see. The transition happening. Where am I talking about this new earth and so many fundas that I keep on talking, the new earth? It's coming from the higher awareness. You will not find it in any books. No books has told about all this and today's circumstances. So there are so many people talking about today's circumstances, what the earth is undergoing, what human consciousness is undergoing, the collective is undergoing. There's so many conscious people who are talking about it. Just open your eyes and see everywhere. Where are they getting this from? Higher awareness. That means it's a possibility. That's it. So this intuition, when it opens up, you get clarity of what these things are. But the only difference between the ignorant and the awakened is, ignorant will use it for themselves, see it. Awakened will use it for the benefit of everybody. So there are a lot of channelers, there are a lot of people who are channeling the higher wisdoms and navigating, trying to help, guide, navigate the whole consciousness. There are no specific teachers as on date today. There is nothing called the chosen ones. There are thousands and lakhs of chosen ones today who have just woken up suddenly one fine day. All were living ignorantly, but something triggered in them. And they just woke up and they are sitting up and they are now trying to navigate and be a part of the transition in a very positive way. There are so many teachers that have come up now. You see the internet, they are flooded. So many teachers, so many masters, so many guides, so many mentors, so many coaches, all in the field of positivity towards spirituality. Some are in the grosser, some are in the medium, some are in the higher. It all doesn't matter. It's all so fun. Beautiful play is going on. At all level, because there are grosser teachers also needed, because there are a lot in the grosser who can understand that language. There are medium level of teachers needed. There are a lot in that collective also who can understand that language. And there are in the higher also who can understand that language. So at all frequencies, at all level of consciousness, there are these evolved beings In some or the other way, it looks like they're planted. They're not planted from outside, but the internal light has been ignited in many such souls. That is why you can see mass awakening. Now what is happening? The religions, the heads, the leaders, the spiritual leaders, all that. It's like they have a good support system. Previously they were alone. Major heads of all this, they were managing the whole thing. Now they have lot of assistants come up. And there is so much of support being offered to their work. So now they can relax, pull back, and they can pull the consciousness to higher realms again. They don't have to worry about the grosser levels. There are some or the other sprouted out everywhere. Now what these teachers, these masters of those levels are doing today they have gone into that zone and they are trying to elevate the mass consciousness from that higher level to higher. Because the groundwork is being taken care of many such divine souls who are awakened, helping each other. Awakened doesn't mean just doing a live session. It means people who are even silently working. There are many people who are silently working in societies, in communities, in the families also. Many who are silently. Who are the silent workers? I call these people as the people who are bothered and minding their own business and perfectly working for their own self-transformation. Because when you transform yourself, you transform the people around you. It is only those people that I am talking about who are silent, and they might, because there are many roles again. Some might need to be in the public domain to do their work, some might not need. You cannot judge again there. You cannot say, oh, why does somebody has to do this openly? Now see, somebody is doing it silently, without a soul knowing. No, we cannot judge anything. Everything is a part of the agenda. In the darkness, there are some people needed there also. In the open also, there are some people needed. Like the masters. People used to say, oh, some masters charge so much. Some masters cater to only celebrities. The politicians, oh, big, he's a big guru. Why can't they be like a small guru? You look at the real guru is somebody who's sitting there under the tree, or an avduta who's sitting there in a dirt place. You cannot compare, you cannot judge. See, in the dirt, in the village, in the downtrodden, there are downtrodden people. There are a certain kind of crowd that will only go to them. The celebrities and politicians might not go there. That doesn't mean God is biased and they are going to be ignored. There will be teachers and masters even in their zones. So these enlightened beings also operate on that level. For the politicians, for the bureaucrats, aristocrats, celebrities, okay, that might be looking a very glamorous thing, but there is something implanted there also. Nothing is spared. It's all part of the game. And at every level. So nobody can say, oh, some guru is there, now only it is for the rich. Yes, if you feel it is for the rich, it is for the rich. Leave them alone. They are working on that zone. You consider yourself poor, the ego of being poor, okay, go to a poor guru. You will be catered. Nobody will say no to you. What you want, you will get. The idea of complaining should not exist. This complaining and judgment and criticism is of no use. It's coming from pure agyanta. If you see the deeper level of wisdom in this, you can clarity see. Everything has a purpose. Everything is going in perfect order. Who's creating disorder? We. Everything is perfect order. We come and stand there and say everything is in disorder. Your mind is in disorder. That is why you see disorder. You reflect. It's your reflection that you are thopapaying outside and saying everything is in a state of disorder. Nothing is in disorder. Everything is in perfect. Even this Mahamari is in perfect order. Earth is doing its balance. What is to be balance? And there is no dislike. And nobody is dying or nobody is. It is our limited understanding of spirituality. Yes, people are dying. Where? Who dies? Nobody dies. whom you are sitting grieving here, this person is that person must have already taken birth somewhere and doing their continuation of their work. Nothing stops. They have just changed the roles. Creation goes on. This is the play of consciousness. This has to be understood. It's not easy to relate to what I'm trying to tell you. But I'm telling you, if you're able to relate to it, you are in that state of awareness. You are in that state of consciousness where you can perceive these things. Because it's not very easy to convey these things. See, if you just look at this, all the solution to today's world's problem is here. If they just listened, or if they just understood, forget listening, if there's something what their light of their God or their religion also is trying to show, if they just listen to that properly, solutions will just come within minutes. That is why God knows the solution is there in humanity, but they are not willing to get up, like the child. Child has fallen and it is crying. The poor us, the poor we. And God is not taking care of us. Same like that child who's cribbing, saying, see, look at my parents, he's smiling from there, he's not bothered about it. No, he loves you. But he's telling you, you already have that wisdom, you're not using it. If I come to pick you up every time, you'll not learn. So that God is waiting. That consciousness is waiting. And it doesn't matter for that God that it's getting impatient. Impatient is our gross understanding. God is never impatient. It has infinite time. For infinity, human beings remain in ignorance. It will wait because it is patient all the time. It is there for infinite time. So infinite this there. So you feel now, what is this? For infinite time, all this is going to go on and on and on. Yeah, that is why it is called, it's a nonsense. It's a play of consciousness. You don't like it, get out of it. Eject yourself out. What is ejection? Moksha. If you want to go into this drama of confusion, continue. Choice again. Nobody will stop your choice. God will never say, no, you evolve and you like to play. He will say, okay, you play. Unconditional God. Go ahead. I'm there. I'll support you in that play. I'll watch you. Again, some or the other guidance will be given to you. You keep on playing till you are satisfied. How can somebody get satisfied? When they are fed up with it. All these people who are awakened and who are planning for self-realize are fed up people. Including me. Fed up why? Because now you have understood the play and then you see it's an ongoing loop of, it is meaningless. It's actually meaningless. And to fall in that and loop and get dragged and here and there, it's meaningless. Only those who come to that state and say, fed up, they will rise above their all these desires will leave them. Now everybody has excuse, my worldly karma, my this karma. Who is choosing that worldly karma? I am doing my worldly karma, my worldly responsibilities are there. How can I do? Who has chosen that? Oh, you won't understand. You have nothing to do. You are a divorced person and you have left everything and now you are sitting alone. You have so much of time, full day in day out. You have nothing else to do. That's what I chose. What are you choosing? Oh no, you won't understand. That's my responsibility. You don't have responsibilities. I said I do have responsibilities if I have desires. I'm telling you, even at this state, if desire spoke in me, my responsibilities will come in. If today I say no, I want to have a good family, I want to have some more money, or build up something, or do some business, or do this or that, desires will create opportunities, and that opportunities will make me responsible, and then the responsibilities will come in. How can you say I don't have responsibilities? I don't have responsibilities. I am not choosing responsibilities because I am not choosing desires. Because I know how those desires are going to hook you into the so-called responsibilities. These desires hook you into responsibilities. You can't see it. In a second it happens. You have missed that chance of why? Not in awareness. If you are aware, you would have caught it. Your mind playing the games, and you know a desire is coming. A desire is coming in your mind. You should understand a responsibility is coming. Something that is going to take you away from your primary goal. So an awakened person will say, okay, I have responsibilities, I am handling to that. But at the same time, they will put an end to all the new desires that are cropping up. And not give a name to it, that they try to fulfill that bhog, they try to experience out of that vasana, and then they call that also their worldly desire. No, that was not a part of your earth agenda. It was only this desire. You created more desires. Awareness will tell you that. Oh, be careful. You're going to go into some other zone which is take you farther. Ready for it? Go ahead. So we cannot blame. So whenever somebody tells me that dialogue that, oh, you are this way, I am this way, don't play a victim, please. That victim mode is, you have created that. Oh, I have this responsibility. You created in some other life also. It was not fulfilled, you had to come back here. Now at least realize that and finish it off. And there are ways to finish off worldly karmas without getting attached to it. Detachment is the way. When you understand the pains of what you are going to undergo through these attachments, your awareness will make you pull back, but you will have compassion like the parent who has towards the child. Picking them up is attachment, running and avoiding them to fall is attachment. Allowing them to learn their own life is detachment. With compassion, unconditional love is still there. There's a way to do it. The first one attaches you more and pulls you more into desires and responsibilities. The second one liberates you, but it makes you perform your duties perfectly. Finish your worldly karmas, at the same time keep moving upwards. Again, the priority, which have you chosen first? The responsibility first and meditation second, or dhyan second, or spiritual journey second, or this as the first priority, and then I walk with this. 2-3 times I am repeating this because this is very important. It's your priority. Just see the grammar in your head. Just see how the construction of sentences in your head, that is revealing your subconscious desire. Deep, sukshma. Look clarity in it, then you will understand where you might be going wrong. Because what you are emitting, that kind of vibrations only you will get. So make sure the vibration is very subtle and very pure and divine. So that vibration reflects here. Because it might look very nice, but the end result might be something else. Like I said, it might look that I am doing my worldly responsibilities. But then why am I getting stuck in it? Because this. There is one mail, there are many mails, but one I would just like to just address it to that person, whoever has wrote this. It's from somebody who has not taken the path yet. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Jacob. Nice to hear from you. I leave messages on your YouTube videos. It has been 5 years now since I began my spiritual journey from Kanjangat. Without any sort of practice, I got to experience the blissfulness. So he is very happy. 5 years he began his journey from Kanjangat, and no path or nothing, but he is experiencing that bliss of something that his inner soul has probably guided him. Now he says, the issue is that since a year, social issues are taking me making me involved into it. And desires are there. Overcoming them is a question. Simple, short question, but to the point. So he's happy with this experience that he has got. He's awakened. He's got that experience and given the conviction that what he is doing is right. First-hand experience is the pure wisdom. Rather than just listening and believing it also. He has now the belief. Journey began from Kanjangad. But he says now there is a pull of social stuff that is happening, and he has also noticed that desires are there in him. So overcoming them is a challenge. Now what has shown him this is what I am trying to tell you. It is the awareness that has shown him. Only an awakened person can think at this level also, say I am getting stuck. Can you see this? Today's video I am trying to tell you that only. Awareness will at least show you that you are stuck. That is an awakened person. An ignorant person is who will continue to live in ignorance and not even know that they are stuck. So this male is a positive male actually, saying that, okay, I am having experiences, but I can see that I am being pulled towards certain things and I feel stuck and I am unable to overcome it. Now for this whole video, today's video, if you just look at it in careful attention, you will get it. The person, whoever has sent this, the whole thing that I talked was about this only. You move away from awareness, you create new responsibilities, new desires. The desires that you're talking about is something that you have created in the past, which is now becoming a burdensome to you. So now if you just become aware of it, that these desires and these responsibilities are your major catch. First is you'll stop doing anything new. That much if you do is more than enough. Rest is the effects of the past karmas that is happening now. So whatever social things are happening, whatever desires are pulling you here and there, that is nothing but the outcome of your past desires. That has to be fulfilled. That is what I am trying to tell you. These are the real things that needs your attention. Which is from your past, you have come to fulfill that. You have taken birth to fulfill that only. So do not be overwhelmed by it. Do not say that these things are. You have come for that only. Now you got to navigate your way outside. Apply oil of awareness. Walk through those commitments. Walk through those responsibilities. Stay connected. You say your journey has begun from there. Kanjangad. Stay connected to that tattva there. Stay connected to Bhagwan. If you have not been initiated, you can take in the mantra of Om Namo Bhagavate Nityanandaya. Repeat it. Chant it, make it a practice, daily practice. And make it a ajapa jap, not just a practice of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Nirantar keep repeating within your being. Last time I had spoken on Vaikhari, Pashyanti, Madhyama, Paravani. That's a beautiful video. If you can see that. Last Sunday's message of the voice. The different means of communication. So here also you have a Vaikhari where you are talking mantra loudly, Ucharana. Then make it Madhyama. You don't need to be loud. You can only whisper. Only you can hear and the people around you probably. Or you can hear what you're saying. A small whisper. It becomes Madhyama. Pashyanti, then you can make it. Where the voice is stopped. But your lip is moving. Om Namo Bhagavate Nityananda. You can see the lips were moving. But there is no sound. It's become Pashyanti. Then Paravani. Convert it into Paravani. No lip movement also. Like if you look at right now at me, I am chanting Om Namo Bhagavate Nityananda. It's happening. You can't see it, you can't feel it, you can't hear it. But it's happening within my mind. This is the state of Paravani. Taking the mantra into that. And when you do that constantly, it becomes a japa japa. Then without your effort, it automatically starts happening. So if you are in that state, and this everybody can do with their Guru Mantra. You can Do it with whatever Diksha mantra you have got. Try do it in these sessions. Vaikhari, Madhyama, Pashyanti, Paravani. Take it into that state until it becomes ajap. And then you'll see that power of that mantra is your guiding force, and it will take you through whatever responsibility you're saying. You're getting stuck here, there, social things are pulling, whatever problems, whatever things are there, don't leave this. Keep it constantly chanting within, and then keep on living. Whatever happens, it might be fears, you might fall down, things might happen, whatever happens, don't leave that. It's a part of the prarabdha that you're supposed to undergo. But this is the oil that you have. Oil of this mantra, this awareness, and you keep walking through it. That is something that you got to finish and get off with. Don't avoid it. You can't dodge it. You don't say that these things are coming to me. How can I escape? You cannot escape them because they are part of your prarabdha. That's your part of your learning experience. You have chosen it. That has to be dealt with. So nothing can be avoided or dodged. Many people take spirituality to dodge, to avoid certain things. They don't want this. So in all my videos in shifting into awareness, make you fully aware that there is a darkness path also on this path of light. Do not be disillusioned, saying that I should only walk nicely when I'm walking the path. I always tell this is not a nice path. You will get everything in this, all sorts of experiences, but you should have the capacity to silently move without complaining, without dodging, without trying to avoid anything. You cannot avoid. So that is another thing that in day before yesterday's or yesterday's awareness that came to me very clearly, which I shared here. The spiritual journey is not a climb up the mountain. Everybody says the journey is very tedious, it is climbing up the mountain and it's so much painful, it's not an easy path, it's a rugged path. And yes, it's true, but it is not just that also. We forget the good times, we only catch these times. So I mentioned here, the spiritual journey is not a climb up the mountains as claimed. It is a journey through the meadows, through the forest, through the valleys, through the deserts, through the terrains, through the playgrounds where you play a lot of games, through the gardens, beautiful gardens, through the thorny fields. There are thorny fields. There are rivers, beautiful rivers, flowing rivers, and there is quicksand, daldal, which will pull you down. There are orchards, there are waterfalls, and there are drains, like the story we heard about the pig. There are drains, gutters, and all this amidst sunshine, rainfall, snow, wind and mist. Means these are all part of the game. We are going through all this. We cannot avoid or dodge or anything. We can move through this. But these have become our prarabdha. These are in action right now. What is in action? The karma in action cannot be just destroyed like that. But our sadhana, the sadhana that we do day in and day out, given by our guru, the path, this will directly work on the sanchit karma, that is all on the stored karmas, that will prevent them from becoming your prarabdha. Are you getting it? Sadhana helps in clearing the stalks. The path of awareness and this walking in awareness with the oil of awareness will help you go through your prarabdha unscathed and without a scratch. It will make you move very smoothly. Otherwise, it can be very rugged. So the life journey is a mixture of all these things. That is why we call the play of consciousness. That is what we come to experience to this earth, something called life. We want to experience this, good, bad. And that is why we get stuck in it. But when we experience the bad, we feel we got to run or we want moksha. When we experience the good, we forget everything. Like the pig, experiencing the gutter and saying, this is my moksha, this is my paradise, I don't want anything else. Let me hear. Till something wrong happens to the pig and then he says, no, I don't want this. It's a horrible life. I see, it's a play of the mind. So with this, I think I've spoken enough today on a beautiful topic that came spontaneously today here. I actually wanted to talk about Patanjali Yoga Sutras. I came from there. I was reading that, and it's very interesting. And how these, how this can be used in clearing and purifying the mind. That is what I wanted to speak. Maybe next week I'll speak about it. Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. It was all on that. Anyhow, one interesting thing that I saw in Patanjali Yoga Sutra was that it says very clearly the purpose of meditation. Maharishi Patanjali reminds the purpose of meditation is what? What is the purpose of meditation? You ask anybody today, you put a poll, you put a question, you ask anybody, look around today in this Kali Yuga and ask them what is the purpose of meditation. They will tell health, they will tell wealth, they will tell relationships, they will tell peace of mind. But it is none of these. The Patanjali Yoga Sutras defines the purpose of meditation as none of this. Maharishi Patanjali says the purpose of meditation is moksha. The only sole purpose of meditation is self-realization and liberation. When you are getting into meditative mode, you are actually working towards your liberation. There's nothing else. The goal is that the journey, the destination is Jammu. We have begun from Kashmir, from Kanyakumari, meditating. The destination is there. But we choose to give a different definition to meditation because we go there, we achieve a little bliss. We say this is meditation. We stop and get out of the train and enjoy life. We say peace of mind. We have got a little peace of mind. Then we go and do everything because now we have peace of mind. Everything, all the branches that the people make out of is their own alightment. They alight the train or the bus or the vehicle. Because little comfort, little niceness they get out of that meditation, or good health, then go and eat all kind of the enjoy life, anything. It distracts again. So today's world is completely focused on meditation, is being taught for these purposes. But the actual purpose that the Maharishi says is for moksha, it's for liberation. But in one way or the other, anybody who has lower desires also, as I told you, the bija is there. They are moving towards, even a robber is moving towards that tattva. But they are seeking that tattva somewhere here. The robber is feeling that if I snatch that thing from them and it becomes mine, then I get that happiness. He is dying for that happiness, that contentment, that I'll get something out of it. And that's an illusion. Whereas the bija is saying, I want contentment, but he can't see it. The contentment is there, the param shanti, the final state. But what he can see is because of the impurities. What he sees is, it might be in this, it might be in the same way we are also. We feel having another child will give us contentment. First we feel marriage will give, then we feel one child will give, then we'll feel two child will give. Then we feel in our old age, even the grandson or the granddaughter will give. Having one grandchild will give. It's never ending. Play of the mind. And we use meditation for all this. I feel very funny because I have close friends who often come to me, and whenever we meet, they talk about things like expecting an answer, something from me. Even the people who expect healing, we need healing. They send a lot of messages. Send healing for this. What for? Heal my aunt, heal my uncle, heal my grandmother, heal myself, heal this one, heal that one. What for? Hey, what for means what? Heal means to become alright. To become alright and do what? Oh, never thought of that. I know what you'll do. jump back into the same stuff. You go and jump back into the same stuff. You become better, you go and do the same nonsense. So this healing purpose, this all meditation, this all solutions, people ask for solutions. Give me a solution. Or you are doing these things. So when they see me, they know, they are aware of this. The people who know me. Well, I'm wanting to have one more child, I say, what for? No, my other child which is there now, that is longing for a brother. It wants a brother. Oh. So it's not your desire. It is somebody else's desire you're poking. Yeah, how cunning the mind is. Doesn't want to take responsibility of something. There is a desire lurking within, and then we are even pushing that. No, I am a spiritual person, so how can I have a desire? It is the desire of my child, And what is making you fulfill it? The desire to fulfill the desire of your child is making you do that, you fool. I can't say that. Because if I say, ho gayi fir. But I can see it, where those things are coming from. Very difficult. Very, very difficult to tell. Connecting to desires is very difficult to tell. And they are on the so-called path. So all the time, the mind is playing all these games again and again. Awareness is not showing them that. And they are expecting somebody to fulfill that desire. Now they have a desire. And they know somebody might help. So give me healing. So give me guidance. So tell me some nuska to do that. Should I go for it or not? It's your take. You see, do you really want it? No, it will make my child happy, my family happy, me happy. Oh yeah. That's not the end. Wait for it. Some more days and you will feel a third child is needed. If not, you cannot. Then there are higher desires. So let them get married. That will make me happy and contented. When they get married, no, you're not enough. Let them have children, then I'll give. It goes on, my dear. Goes on. This is the trap of that desire. So you can't talk this to the world because you will get spanked, literally. So I'm talking this to the people of only higher awareness. Who are in a state of awareness will be able to understand what I'm saying here. Or else I will get crucified. That is why many people who attempted to speak all these bold truths in front of them, there are many more bold truths, I'm telling you. If I start telling those things, धज्जियाँ उड़ाने शुरू कर देंगे. सबकी धज्जियाँ पहले उड़ेगी, फिर मेरी उड़ाने शुरू कर देंगे. It's like that. So many people don't want to get into all that nonsense. And it's not needed also. It's of no use. That is why even Jesus Christ, Shirdi Sai Baba, all these great people who came, Sri Krishna, Lord Rama, who came on this planet, they came to help humanity and they opened up so many, like Kabir Das ji, blunt people. They cared for nothing. They cared not even for themselves. They opened up many truths so that they can break the ignorance, but people broke them. It's like somebody who's trying to help you and you kill that person. That person has no other intention but to help you. Like Jesus Christ, who suli pe chada do. So the people whose egos get triggered, certainly when I'm telling you something that can help you, it can trigger you into anger and you might press that anger button there. I see those emotions happening because when I talk about some raw truth, somebody gets triggered somewhere. There's an anger emotion coming up. This is the false state and we are calling ourselves spiritual. Fool's paradise we are living in. Fool's paradise. We call ourselves spiritual. Fake. Glamorous hai. Open your chakshu, gyan chakshu and see. You're living in an ignorant, glamorous world. You know what this is called? This is called spiritual materialism. There is a term that has come now. Google it and see. It's on the rise. Spiritual materialism, which is justified in the name of spirituality. There is also terms called spiritual narcissism. These are some bold truths that I am telling you. Spiritual narcissism. Narcissist is somebody who's like a Hitler. They say only this is the only truth. And everybody will have to follow it. In spirituality, there are classes. Not just people. Even we, if we say, Mera dharma hai, tujhe ye dharma mein aana hai. You have to convert into this religion. You become this religion which I am in. Then you are a good person. Whatever I might call. Everybody is fighting in that. That is spiritual narcissism. When everybody feels only their path, only their master, only their God, only their religion, or what they do is the only right thing, rest all is not good. That is called a spiritual narcissist. You know why I am talking this here? This cannot be spoken here. This can only be pursued beyond duality. The Chidakasha Gita is beyond duality. You look at the Chidakasha Gita, every now and then Bhagavan Nityananda is spitting out these words continuously into the world about discrimination, about the kind of discriminations that we make. He is talking nothing about but spiritual narcissism. Those days this word did not exist, but now it makes sense. He talks against spiritual narcissism. He talks against spiritual materialism. I'm telling you, these words will become famous popular in a couple of years now, because now it has not yet caught hold. Now when we are going into the Kali Yuga, Ghor Kali Yuga, when things even in this spirituality are getting polluted in many ways, it will take a little more time for people to realize, oh my God, this doesn't work this way. So till the fall has happened, and when people start coming out of it, now people are becoming aware, I'm telling you, of all these things. That is why people are quitting religions. Mass, you see. I'm not talking about this religion, that religion. I'm telling quitting religion. I'm not telling quitting this religion and going into that religion. That is again the same game. I'm telling quitting religions itself. It's happening. Mass. Why? They are seeing the spiritual narcissism that is happening. The religious narcissism, the religious materialism. And who are these people? These are the real people who want to get liberated from all the fool's paradise. This from the duality. So in the dual world, this will not function. Even this video will not function. It will be taken as an offense. It will only make sense to people who are or are trying to operate above duality. Awareness is all above duality. Please remember this. Chidakasha Gita is about duality. It is non-dual. It is Advaita. Advaita is oneness, perfect non-discrimination, no distinction even of this much. No distinction even between an animal and a plant and a stone and a human. Forget religions and paths. वो तो नजदीक भी नहीं है. I am telling these extreme. I am telling you, no difference between a human being and a dog, or a human being and a pig. Now here it might be criticized in the world. What are you talking? What is a pig and what is a human being? That's an egoistic war. What these enlightened beings are talking is not that. They are talking from that soul level which is there in that. They have seen the God within others. They can see the God within others, and I believe only they have the right to say Namah Shivaya or Nom Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Om Namo Bhagavate Nityanandaya. Why? Because they are actually seeing that God and they are saying Naman hai, Namah Shivaya. We do it out of style. We do it because somebody else is doing. We do because it's the in thing. We do because it is a tradition. The higher tattvas don't talk about this. What does Chidakasha Gita says? Only if it is in your experience you speak. Otherwise don't even speak about it. So that way we are not supposed to even talk these terms if we are not meaning it. Gurudev once used to scold. He scolded literally. in one of the shivir, and he said, "What is this that's happening?" When you are talking to someone and when you're saying Namah Shivaya, you should resonate whenever you say that as the feeling as there is a God within that person. And when there is God within that person, do you see anything less than godly thing in that person? You won't. Judgment, criticism to dur ki baat. Will you judge God if he is in front of you? You'll accept in total whatever that person is, good, bad, ugly, okay, fine, no problem. But there is that Shiva Tattva in them. You appreciate that. So whichever religion, this religion, that religion, they are doing this, they are doing that, atrocities. You don't have to judge. They might be doing wrong. They are in the game and they are going to suffer the consequences. Why are you connecting with that and taking a part of it to you, your life? That is what the whole essence is about. Everybody is living according to their experience, but unknowingly we go and put our hands there. Now this is a very sensitive topic because yesterday I was in one uncle's house and he was cursing the things that are happening in the world and this is happening, that is happening, you don't know this. I was quietly observing and watching. So he was saying I was not getting perturbed in anything. He was telling this happened, you have seen the news, now this is happening. And now upon all this, that Taliban has come, the Afghanistan, this state, that state, and okay. Because all these things have happened before also, it's nothing new. All these variety things have happened. So if you are not affected, does it mean that you are not, you are a stone-hearted? Not necessarily. I told you, one is having compassion. You have compassion for people. But you, on the higher side, you are noticing, you are seeing there is something else that is under play. Nothing is unjustified. One brief line I'll tell you. I don't want to get more into it because these are all controversial subjects. That land where now they are all cribbing about the Taliban and all those things and all that. So many atrocities happening. The same land, lakhs of Buddhists were murdered once upon a time. That's all I would like to say. You estimate the rest of the thing. Everything is a cause and effect. Nothing goes without paying or repaying itself. Everything is justified. So it's a play that's going on constantly. And you get affected by it because you also have taken a journey in this. But you can choose to opt out of it by seeing things in clarity why things are happening. Not falling or getting too affected by it. But by understanding, yes, this is all there. It is heartening. It is heartening to see sometimes. All the crimes that happen. It's heartening to see. But somewhere there is a cause and effect. There is a larger cause and effect. Nothing is by fluke. So that gives you a certain kind of peace also to that big question that where is God or what is this injustice happening? Nothing is that way. So somewhere you are content. You know that. But at the same time you feel for it. That is when what is called as empathy or compassion. So you don't restrain from doing anything. You might even go out and help those people who are suffering. Because it might be their karmic stuff, but still my compassion propels me to go and help. Do something. Whatever I can. If I can, I do. If I don't, I stay back. But no judgments. Are you getting it? This is the state of that higher awareness. This is the state where all the Gitas are operating. Be it Ashtavakra Gita, Chidakasha Gita, Bhagavad Gita, all the Gitas are operating at that non-dual space. From this space is where Lord Krishna is explaining the whole Bhagavad Gita. He is not talking from duality world. Then duality world, Arjuna or Krishna mein fark nahi hai. Arjuna is ignorant, he is not understanding the dualities because he is stuck in the dualities. Krishna is somebody who is stuck in the non-duality and his higher awareness is completely showing him the problems and issues. Like I am telling you about this. If you are seeing some negative things happen, there is a reason to it. Krishna could see it. And he is explaining it properly to Arjuna. And Arjuna is still not understanding. So he gives the solution, he gives the secrets. He says, Yogastu Kurkarmani. If you are connected to that being only, you will be able to function. So do your dharma by being connected there. Don't stop your worldly karma. Do it. But be connected. Let that source guide you correctly. These examples, these are the real examples how we should catch the Bhagavad Gita. We are the Arjunas. We are the Kshatriyas. Arjuna was a Kshatriya. We are Kshatriyas. We are warriors of light. Warriors of light against darkness. Against whose darkness? Our own darkness. We are Kshatriyas. We are fighting our darkness all the time. We are the Arjunas. Sometimes we might give up. Sometimes we might get confused. That time we connect to our inner consciousness, Krishna. The light of awareness is Krishna's grace. Krishna consciousness. That light guides this Arjuna to move through the battlefield. Now this person has asked this question. There are a lot of things, social things pulling me, desires. Just like the Arjuna is talking about his problems. And there the light of wisdom is telling, you don't leave that. You be in the world. You do your dharma. You fight the war, whatever you have to do, but do it in connection with Yogaskur Karmani. Do what is right, he says. Righteousness. Dharma means righteousness. He doesn't say do this or do that. He says do what is right. Right who's right? Not your right or their right. The central right. Right in the highest consciousness. The universal aspect of right. My right is my ego. Their right is their ego. Put aside both right and wrongs. What is right? That is called dharma. So do your dharma, which is right. That is how we are also encouraged to. So this is in reply to that email that I got. So dear brother, I think that will help you understand that it's okay. All these things come, you move through it. We are all moving through our worldly karmas, but we move through the oil of your witness and awareness. Kashmira Sangani ji, talk a little about Gita and Karma Bhai. You want to get there. Gita is very powerful and it's very deep. Very, very deep. Each verse you can sit and have one full session. One full session. Like 3-4 hours. It's like that. It's that vast. I would suggest that instead of you wanting to hear it from someone, why not you practice that awareness and you get into that state and you begin experiencing that Gita. What I am trying to do all this effort is try to activate that thing in you where you don't need an external thing to do that. These external things I am doing because it will add as a source of inspiration. You will say, oh, it is possible. This guy is talking about it and it seems wonderful. So this guy seems to have some direct experience about it. Why not I have it? That is something. So, like Arjuna, Krishna was telling Arjuna, I am not going to be here all the time sitting and standing and guiding you in all the battlefield of your life. I am giving you one final gyan. That if you do these things, and if you develop this heightened state of awareness, ahead you will find that as a guidance. You don't need an outside person for that. This is what the Bhagavad Gita is all about. How many times did Krishna come into Arjuna's life? And do you think Arjuna had only one problem? Once in a lifetime? So then why only once in a lifetime he came there? It is a symbolic representation of how it was explained. And after that he did need a physical Krishna to explain things to him. Because the Bhagavad Gita got into him. Why I started this shifting into awareness is all because of all these years on my journey of this life that I've seen. I have seen gaps everywhere. There is a certain gap. All is beautiful. Everything is beautiful. All that I see is beautiful. But I see people miss it because of that gap. One small gap is there somewhere. But powerful things. So I was able to catch those things in my experience because of filling in that gap. So what is that gap thing that filled? Is this awareness thing. So this I'm trying to share only to help you to fill in that gap so that you get connected to whatever you're doing. This is not a path separate. Awareness is not a separate path. Awareness is that filling that you do in any path. You Bhakti Yoga guys come and talk devotional. I talk only in their language to them. I will never tell Bhakti is this or that, then you got to do this mantra jap, or you got to do karma yoga, or you got to do meditate. No. That is their structure, their karmic structure. I just ask them to add awareness into their bhakti, and when they add, it blooms, it refines. The other day, one boy, very nice boy, he stays here only. I didn't know he's so enlightened guy. Sachin. He came and he was talking here at my home only. So he sees all these lives and all. So he was telling, I love this. I said, you are such a young guy, and he was talking about all the higher tattvas. Very deep. I realized, okay, this soul has completed a lot in the journey, but it's in a small body yet. So I was appreciative of that, and I was talking, and then he was asking me, please guide me, I want to take a marga. I want to get into a path. I want to choose a path. I said, I cannot tell you. You tell me which path are you interested in. What is your affinity towards what? He said, I like serving people. As much as possible, I like doing seva. I said, then karma yoga is your path. He said, yes, I am connected with Satya Sai Baba's organization. I have done some sevas there. Ramakrishna Mission, he has some connections. I said, okay, Ramakrishna Mission, Brahma Kumaris, and Satya Sai Baba's organization. All these organizations are kind of seva oriented people who work for the welfare of others. It is a big, deep marga. Now, I am not fully from that karma yoga. I am part of it, but I am not fully from that. But I know this person, and all the people who have walked that path, Swami Vivekananda, they have all self-realized people. They have all proved that every path has got its own realized enlightened being. That means all the path works. So what benefits you? You choose that. So I said, okay, fine, that is it, I'll guide you in that. And I started guiding him towards that. Only thing that I told him is, karma yoga, when you enter into seva, any seva that you do, add awareness to it. Do it with awareness, consciously do it. When you're serving someone, this is the same thing that I tell my dear team members, my friends who are in Tiruvannamalai and serving the yogis there. Whenever I speak to them, I tell, don't worry about anything, just see God in them. Just see that tattva in them. Bring that bhava, and whenever you're doing the seva, just see that tattva in them, serve them. Then whether they are robbers, whether they are good, whether they are somebody else in the form of sadhus, you are not bothered. You are doing it as though you are serving God. You do your job, you move. Otherwise mind will fall into judgments and all that, which is not good. It might be wrong judgment again. Somebody might be really a sadhu, and then you might run and take in that karma. You don't want to fall in that. The purest way to do seva is, and I explained to him about the Gurudwara, Golden Temple, how the Sikhs are the best example of seva. I've personally been there, I've seen a lot of examples, I shared with him a lot of examples, how they do, and how they succeed in that karma yoga. So definitely, as you say, I'm here to trying to guide people on whatever path. Like one person who wrote an email, he's pathless, he has no path. He had some experience, but he is feeling stuck. So only in his direction. He knows the tattva of Kanjangad, that means Nityananda Bhagavan. I gave him guidance on Om Namo Bhagavate Nityananda. That is his path. This is how we need to help each other. Not by converting. I am not here to say, no, I am following a guru, I am following a path. You come and join this path and give him a referral. If you come here, tumhara bhala. Nahi hoga bhala. If that person has some other affinities, nahi hoga. When can we guide people? When can we say you are a Muslim? Do your namaz with awareness. When can we say that? Only when we can realize the non-duality. When we rise above duality, only you will have the audacity to even tell them, okay, namaz, do it in this fashion. And I do it with my Muslim friends. I suggest them, if they ask me, do it in this. And I teach them awareness. Awareness has no religion. Nothing to do with religion. Safe. I just talked to them about Sajakta and Brina and they love it. So can you see? Awareness is a tattva that is there in everybody, irrespective of any religion. You can't pollute it. You give it a name, it will get polluted. Awareness is there, I kept it. I have not chosen mindfulness purposely because mindfulness is a polluted word for that Chetana. Like I told you, meditation is the purpose that Maharishi Patanjali says is only for self-realization. But today it has been used for all purposes. Same way, this Chetana, this awareness has a very higher purpose. But today mindfulness kya ho gaya? You see what mindfulness USA has done. The country is in USA, full of mindfulness practice. And what they practice, just go in and see, you will feel, oh my God, where is this all going? So the more you define it, the more form you give, the more name you give, it will deviate. So best is not to give that. So I talk to them in different names, even this awareness and all this, in different forms. What language they understand, I use that and tell them, and it benefits. So this is how we must also try to help everybody in whichever method it is. So when sadhaks are there, I talk to them that language which they understand. I talk to them about the Guru Tattva, they can powerfully connect to it. Surely I have also experienced from that. But I cannot tell them anything else. If I tell, they will get confused. They will say this guy is doing something else. It's not something else. It is the non-dual. It is everything else matters to us. There is no separatedness. There is no that this is good, that is bad. There is no good and bad. Everything is valid. That is one reason I chose another profile, Jake Light. Because people identify with me with that, no, you are this path, you belong to this, you are a Hindu, you are so-and-so monk, and you are only supposed to be a Shiv Yogi, and all the definition that they have given. I am beyond all that. I don't want to get stuck anywhere. We all are beyond that, not just I. We all are beyond that, but we get stuck with labels that people make. The Guru has not made it. If the Guru would have made it, I wouldn't have been a part of his mission. He has not made it, but it's very difficult to tell people. I said, let's not confuse people. And I'm telling you, these lives that I do, I never share it on that profile also. You look at it. Previously I stopped. I don't want to be a cause for anybody's confusion. Tomorrow nobody should tell that, oh, this guy is talking something else. This is not what we are talking. No, then you are not ready for it. But what I am talking is above that dual stuff. So who can understand that non-dual topic only, please listen to this. Otherwise don't listen. Don't promote these videos also. It's okay. We don't want more likes and this and all. That's not my purpose. I don't get content in that. That's the reason I separated this profile. And I do it very separately. Who likes this, they will come here. I don't want to go and put it. I never share this to multiple groups. I never ask you to also share here and there. Because we don't want publicity for this. Because even if you do publicity, what for? Then I'll have to, even to retain the people. I'm telling you very honestly. If I have to increase the likes or followers and all those things here, then I will have to talk their language. Which is, then I'll have to tell them, today a talk on third eye and the benefits and the beauty and what you can attract about telepathy, mind reading, all that stuff. Then there will be a lot of followers. Then I boost my, promote, do the advertising. There is something called boost. You pay a little amount and then it will go out in the world. And then you got to put those advertisements. And then people come. What they come? They don't come for higher tattva. They come for these things. And then to retain them, you have to talk their language. Otherwise, they are not there. So if I am more bothered about retaining, then I'll start talking their language. Then there is no difference between what is already happening in this world. So I thought, when I have given a serious thought about my life journey, to hold these tattvas, to go fully in depth into the Guru Tattva, the Guru Mandala, the scriptures, more aligned with it, towards that self-realization, toward liberation. When I am doing that, I am enjoying certain things and I am seeing certain expressions, certain things that are happening, first-hand experience. I said, okay, let me share it with, there might be people who might be like me. Let them benefit. It is not for the others who don't understand this. Then I will not sit them telling them and convincing them. नहीं ऐसा नहीं है सुनो I didn't mean no I don't want to get into that only. If you're not ready for it, you will not even look at these videos. So I said, okay, there are many people who are walking on the path. There might be so many who might be disillusioned or having that little connection you need to that completeness. So if I can fill in that gap, it will help so much. That is why I started this mission. And it gives me contentment and happiness doing this. A little thing, small thing, but I'm happy with it. How do you get focused towards awareness? You don't get focused. It's not about focus. It's about training your mind. It's all about training. It's all about discipline. In the start, you got to train your mind very beautifully, and then it automatically takes place. Like I was just reading in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, very beautiful. Yes, it was talking about the vrittis. Vrittis are the thoughts and the mind and the sanskaras, how the sanskaras hold, what is the science of sanskaras, where these sanskaras are in the deep realms of the mind, what does the samskara contain? They contain elements of raga, dvesha, aversion and craving. See how it comes tenderly and then how it becomes a thought. Now the yogi, the Patanjali Yoga Sutras actually tells about the yogi catching it before it becomes a thought. From the bubble is rising from the deep chitta, slowly going to take a form, but before it becoming a form, that means a thought, a vritti, if you are in awareness, you will see that something is going to take place, and the moment a yogi sees that, they put light on it and they dissolve it. So it doesn't become a vritti, because if it becomes a vritti, then it is, if it becomes a thought, then it becomes an emotion, then it becomes a craving or desire, then it's very difficult. Then willpower, So all these shastras explain how the yogis do it. The yogis who are sitting in the Himalayas, they do these things, sukshma. This I will do in the next session. I will talk about it next session. So you said about focus, it is about training, it's all about discipline. You keep on doing this again and again, then the mind will automatically start doing it. Starting, you got to do it. Like Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he lived in the near the banks of River Kali in Dakshineshwara, Bengal. There, boats are there. They take you offshore. So he gives a beautiful example, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, of how the mind works and how slowly you got to discipline yourself like the boatman. He says, when the boatman is moving from the shore, in those days, the oar is there. They move with that long, and a lot of power and energy is needed to push. A lot of power is needed. And a lot of people are sitting. So the boat goes very slow from the shore. But it moves towards the midstream. Midstream is where the water currents are there down. Till there he is rowing. But once he gains momentum and comes to the midstream, he keeps his roar. He opens the sails. Sails are those kapda. The winds move through the sails. The wind then pushes the sails. And by the time it has come midstream, the water current also is taking. So now the boat is moving freely, and this boatman puts his roar aside and catches the rudder. Rudder is only giving direction to it very easily, and he lights up a bidi. and he smokes. Means he is now relaxed. In the start, he was fully focused. He was giving that motion to it, putting all these efforts and all that. A beautiful example. So in the start, it is needed. All this practice of awareness, all these things, in the start it is needed. But once you take momentum, then you sit back and you watch life going ahead, going by. You're just a witness to everything and the mind automatically start doing it. That is what I briefly wanted to explain about how this they achieve the state of chitta vritti nirodha. Vritti is the thoughts. Chitta is the consciousness or the mind state. In the mind state, these vrittis are happening, the waves are happening. Nirodha means putting restraint to it. So clearing of that is again the Maharishi's explanation. So train hard and go with the flow. Yeah, train hard. You got to practice actually, because that is what we are talking here about. You practice, and then it becomes a part of you. Then that takes over you. Then before you even thinking, it's very deep. I think next Sunday we can talk on that. Today I think I have taken enough time now. So do you have any questions or anything? If anything is there, fine. Otherwise I'll just close down for today. I can't see your questions here. Okay, there are a lot of comments, but somebody asked, Bhaiya, do you know about Reiki? All I would like to say is, all my sessions I am talking about very high tattvas. You might not want to really come back down and ask something about a grosser one. Reiki, in my experience, I am level 2 Reiki guy long back before I even came to Shiv Yoga. I took the initiations, 2 levels I did, and I practiced it also to a large extent in the start. Then I met my master. After that I learned the healing that he taught, very powerful. After that I was just following, and till today I just follow that methods only. So there are various, I don't want to say this is better, that is better, which is good, which is bad, I don't want, because all have their forms and their own ways. Everything is an expression of the divine. Everything has a reason to be there. So all are functioning it. It is all about your choice. So go more with what is your affinity than my affinity. My affinity might be something, but never ask somebody, do you do this, do you like that? It is somebody else's opinion, somebody else's experience. What is somebody else's experience and opinion might not be good for you or might be good for you. You don't know. Better is see what is good for you. And we are not still talking about these tattvas. We are talking something beyond even the healing and all these things. It's very high. From that state of high awareness, we are trying to live a life here. From that state of mind, or that state of consciousness, we are trying to navigate this life here. So many of the things that are important here will seem unimportant in that state. There is something else that is more important. Like I told you, the gold Shiva is not more important, but the Shivalinga is more important. The Paradlinga is more important than its color or glitter. So again, 2 margas. So I believe we can keep our focus there for all the subjects on these sessions here. Deepavali ji, thank you so very much. Thank you all. Next Sunday about Gita. Okay. Gita is a very beautiful subject. I believe in karma because life is our past karma. Want to hear? Okay. The thing is, if you believe or don't believe, karma still exists. It is just like saying, I believe in gravity. Whether I believe in gravity or don't believe in gravity, I'll still be sitting on this chair. If I say I don't believe in gravity also, I'll still be sitting on this chair. Gravity will still be functioning. Okay, Bindu ji, okay, Palash ji, okay, Kashmira ji, Asha ji, Preeti ji, all thank you, and hope to see you next time. So with lots of divine love and light from the bottom of my heart to all of you, Gurudev Sharanam, Guru Mandala Sharanam. I owe all this very deeply to my master. Much gratitude to him. And thank you everybody for being here. Nilakant ji, Palash ji, Rajan ji, Anita ji, Dhiru ji. Nice to see you all. If you have sat for so much time here, shows that you are connected to what I am saying. Muskan ji, Seema ji. God bless you all. May we all be blessed. Stay blessed. Bye.